Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, what is going on now? Let's see. Okay, why is this giving me trouble? Uh, let's see. Where's the settings on this goofy thing? Hmm. Very interesting. Why is this not working? Oh, you have sound? Okay, well, that's, what do you know? I didn't even do anything. All I did was click a couple of things here, and I guess it's working. There we go. So, I'm running a little bit behind compared to my normal timing. I've been getting to bed a lot later than I should. Normally I go to bed by 11:30, but I've been working till 10:30 at night for a couple of nights. I took the day off yesterday. Usually if I get done early enough, I'll have my Friday off where I can do stuff. I had a lot of things to do around the house. Like one thing is yard work. I had a bunch of branches that fallen down, leaves, weeds that popped up and everything. So, I'm a little behind. So, I have my breakfast. Now, what I have right here, these are my 2 eggs, as you can see, and they're store-bought eggs, so they're kind of light colored. There's not a whole lot to them. So what I do, I scramble the eggs and then I make them like this. Now, this is actually the foundation of the heart attack taco that I've talked about. So you cook your eggs, then you fold them over and you put a bunch of ground meat in there with cheese. And this is a Rick's soft heart attack taco. So it's very simple. Okay. Anyway, let's see here. So who do we have? We have United Carnivore is in first. Greetings from Tampa Bay. Well, greetings from Miami. And Sandy Blythe. Good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning. And Josephine C. Howdy, beautiful people. So hyped for today's stream. Yeah, you and me both, I'll tell you. Labyrinth, okay, let's see what else you got here. And Thomas, Target Prime Rib, says, good morning, all. Good morning. And Paul says, good morning to the flock. Well, they're kind of hiding out there somewhere. I haven't seen them, so hopefully they're out there getting something good to eat. And Lori's Carnivore Story says, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Terry Sue says, good morning. And Jackie Wakefield, morning. Making pork rinds as I watch. Now that sounds good. Okay, Michael Pregler. Hey, Rick. Glad to see you got your new motor. Yes, I did. I'm going to talk about my engine and one of the reasons I have such good friends. So, yeah, I'm really happy about that. I just woke up to pee and see the clock. Perfect. Okay. Morning, Rick, Jerry, M. And Lori says, I went to sleep after 3 and woke at 5. Well, yeah, that can happen. Yep, the motor is here. It will be good bid material. Yes, it will be. It will be. Okay, then we had the no sound. I don't know what happened there. And let's see. All right. Quack Jr. is here. Well, there we go. So we have Peter, Hava Carnivore, our celebrity here. And he was, I guess, okay, he heard sound. You got it now. Now, I didn't really change anything. All I did was move the mouse around. I did tap on the microphone, but I have a mixer in the back. And when I talk into the microphone, I can actually see the little lights go back and forth. It's sort of like an LED style meter. So when I'm looking right in that direction, that's what I see. I haven't moved the computer yet. I have this sort of wider view because I've been trying to catch up with my day, and I usually get up at 7:30. Well, I decided to try to catch up with a little bit of sleep. So I may have gone, Saturday I'll usually get up at 7, but I went to 7:45. So I had to cook my breakfast and then, try to get the stream started. You have to forgive me while I have my 2 store-bought eggs, which are not great, but better than nothing. A lot of times what I would do, I would have a dozen eggs for breakfast and I could make breakfast tacos. And what it was, these eggs folded up. I make a taco out of 2 to 3 eggs. Then I fill it up with ground meat and cheese. So that would be Rick's breakfast taco. And I've actually had people say, how can you eat a taco on the carnivore diet? So, well, it's not exactly, it's sort of like the Rick version of the taco. So there's a lot going on there. Okay, let's see. You really got to use the microphone. All right. Okay. All right. And Peter says, did you get the engine? Is it free or locked up? I got the engine, but it doesn't have a starter ring gear on it. So I have no way of knowing what I'm going to get for a compression. I'm going to take a ratchet and a bar, and I'm going to try to turn the engine, make sure it's turning. I'll probably put some diesel down the injection holes to make sure it's not rusted. But I'm going to do that today, right after I finish the stream. And Polish Mike says, Saturday quacking, either Rick. Yeah, well, that's me, always Saturday morning. That's my new tradition. And we have some back and forth stuff here. Don't forget to unplug your phone. I already did. That was the first thing I did before I started, because usually the thing will ring when we're doing it. And when they talk about my phone, you probably know what my phone looks like. Well, there it is. So, yep, that has been taken care of. Okay, he almost says Harry's Carnivore story. Okay. Fry him and bacon fat. Rick, how are the ducks? They're out there somewhere. And I've left the door open. We're going to let my little friend here see if he's going to behave. Yes. Are you going to behave, or are you going to attack the computer again? If you attack the computer, you're going out. Oh, no. Don't get out of there, you silly pest. No. I got a glass of water there. He always has to drink from the glass of water, even though he has a perfectly good water bowl in the kitchen with his food. All right. Let's see. I was in Target yesterday. And wow. 18 pack of eggs, $7.99. That's ridiculous. Okay, Jeff. Good morning, carnivores from Goose Creek, South Carolina. Good morning. And we have people saying good morning to each other, which is a good thing. Peter says, I'm quacking up. Yes, that's good. I paid 10 for an 18 pack of jumbos. Wow. Hi, Milton. Yes, Milton says hi. Are you behaving nicely? Look at you. You're not being as aggressive as you were. He's improving. It's just part of growing up. Cats become a little less crazy. So what's new, little guy? I love my cat. So anyway, happy Diesel Day. Yes, that's what it is. I've been dealing with this engine situation since November of 2023. When my truck became so unreliable, I couldn't drive it anymore. But I've had trouble with it for years. I got that truck in October of 2008. And it had issues. I paid less than $1,000 for the thing. I was 18 years old at the time. I wanted a diesel. As you probably know if you've watched my videos, and actually, I have a little surprise later I'll show you when it comes to videos. If you want to see the history of me, I have a bunch of those DV cassettes. And I think, if they're still good, I actually made a detailed set of videos about my wood-powered truck. I had a beat-up blue 1969 D300 Dodge truck with a 440 in it. I converted it to run on wood. No, it's not steam power. It's what you call wood gas. And I drove all around with this thing. I drove as far as Iowa and Minnesota in this thing. And it went everywhere. So that was kind of a tradition of mine when I, lived by myself. My parents were healthy. I would take time off. And, I always had some cats, like my little little menace right here. Look at that cute little thing. And what I would do, I would drop off my cats or cat with my parents who also had cats. And, they would sort of get along, although sometimes my cats could be a little difficult. And my parents would watch them. And then I'd get in my truck and go and visit friends that had moved out of here now. Because I live in Miami or South Florida, this is a place that most people leave. So, in other words, if you look around and you see all the people that are here, the vast majority of them are from somewhere else. Especially if you go to the wealthy areas where all the parasites live, these are all from around the world. Many parts of Miami, you don't even hear the English being spoken at all. Now, just because somebody came from somewhere else doesn't mean that they are going to raise their children with the same language. What happens, like when I was a kid, we had a lot of Cubans here, but you have other people from Central and South America. And Miami used to be a cheap place to live. You could go to a dumpy place like, Biscayne Boulevard, or you could go to Little Havana or Perrine or, South Miami Heights. These were all just, you know, cheap places. You could buy a house for $20,000, $30,000. The wages here are crap, but living here was really cheap. So, and if you didn't mind the horrible heat and humidity that we have most of the year, you could do well here. But when you were born and raised here, you become educated, you understand the way that things actually are supposed to work. You realize that living in Miami in these tiny little houses piled on top of each other isn't that great of a life. So if you go to the rest of the country, you may go to somewhere north, maybe the other parts of the South, the Midwest, or whatever, and you see these neighborhoods, they have bigger yards, they have trees, you know, they just look interesting. You have middle class families. You don't have the extreme wealth disparity that we have here. They say, well, you know what? I, I grew up, these kids that maybe their parents spoke Spanish or some other language, they became very good at speaking English. So they're quite familiar with the American culture and they're able to live anywhere. So they leave South Florida and they go up, somewhere else. Now, a lot of people make fun of Florida because it's full of rednecks or whatever, but I take offense to that because some of those so-called rednecks that you see are friends of mine. And I can tell you right now, there are 6 of my friends that have left this area since I was a kid. And one of them is one that found that engine for me. He lives up in North Florida in the Panhandle, which everybody makes fun of because they say they're a bunch of dumb rednecks. But the fact is, the northern part of Florida is not full of rednecks. And even if they are, the rednecks that I know are good people. One of the great things about it, you think of a trailer park with people getting drunk, taking drugs, or on meth with missing teeth and whatever. That's what a lot of people think of when they think of redneck. But I think about the people that I know. These are people that have businesses. One friend of mine, he builds fences and does construction on these horse farms. And there's a lot of money in these horse farms, like in Ocala area and so on. And then I have my other friend, the one that helped, they found me the engine. He does land clearing and he does trash removal. He does home improvement and all these things up in his area. And, when he lived down here in Miami, life wasn't that great. Didn't make a lot of money. Rent was extremely high. And finding a suitable woman to get married to was impossible because in Miami, the quality of women is extremely low. I mean, not only are they not very attractive, but the attitude is not good. But when you go up, he was able to meet his current wife up there in Lake City. And again, she's a really nice lady. And in my opinion, more educated than people we have down here. Because when you speak to her, even though there may be a bit of a Southern accent, there's definitely a good thought process going in there. And, it just, it's like other people I know that have grown up on farms, their goal is to identify and solve a problem. Whereas a lot of people in Miami, they go by the way they feel. And this is the reason why um, big money has been able to come in here and destroy this place for a profit. Because years ago, people wanted to live somewhere that maybe had a few trees around and animals. And of course, many homes didn't have air conditioning, so you had to have enough room to have windows and have a breeze. And be like my house, where you can look outside, you can see there's some nature. Nobody really wanted to show off because that's not the cultural thing in the US. Showing off doesn't make sense because showing off just makes you a target. But when you come from a third world country where you have wealth disparity is just part of the way it is, what they normally do, they will find some type of income source and then they will accumulate as much wealth as they can. And before the local people can take it back from them and give them the justice that they so desperately deserve, they'll run off to another place with whatever loot they can take. And what is that place? It's Miami. Now, because Miami is a limited area, we have the ocean on one side and we have the Everglades on the other. You can only cram so many desperate people in one spot. So what they do, they identify the older areas where you may have had nice little homes. I mean, they were little homes, but they were good enough. The 2 bedroom, 1 bath shack that was everywhere. And they'll get a bunch of those and tear them all down. And they'll build an apartment building where they can cram, I don't know, 10 times as many people. So they'll find a little neighborhood with a few little shacks on the 60 by 100 lots. They'll buy a strip of them. They'll pay off the county commissioner so they can get it rezoned. And they'll replace it with a 5 to 10 story building. And what they have now, these horrible buildings, they're nothing but boxes and they're ugly, beyond ugly. In fact, everything they build now is ugly. And then they just stuff it with apartments. They even took the old railroad tracks that used to run through here and they turned them into apartment ground. Now, part of it is supposed to be a Ludlam Trail, which is supposed to be a bike path, but they didn't even bother with that. They just, to put the bike path in, they just put like an elevated bridge over the parking lot. So the developers, they're super happy because they got a sweetheart deal when they closed the railroad, built all these apartments. And the problem is they're not adding any more streets. So what's going to happen? Well, the people are going to come and they're going to move in and they're going to have all their cars. And basically, they're just not going to have anywhere to go. They have to pile onto the streets with the rest of us. So again, not a good situation. But the people that I know that left Miami, they've all done better. Every single one of them. In fact, when I do get my truck running, I'm going to have to find someone that I can leave my little monster with, or I'm going to have to train him how to travel because, I'm kind of stuck with him now. Yes, you silly little puss. And you see he's behaving better. I have a feeling he will behave a lot better and I'll be able to take him with me. Yes, I will. I'm going to get you a nice little cat harness and I'm going to train you how to be a good cat. Now, being a cat, they can be very, I don't know, edgy. I picked him up and then somebody drove by too loud and it scared him and he scratched me and, he ran. And cats can be a real challenge. But as they get older, I think they always improve. Every cat I've ever had has become much more friendly. And as you can see, we've already been online for about 20 minutes and he has not caused a problem. So that's very good. All right. So let's see. Let's get back to the comments here. We have some highs and let's see. Good morning from Georgia. Good morning, Jiffy. That's where one of my friends live outside of Covington, Georgia. He has a farm where they grow hay and they raise cattle. So when you have a friend that has cattle, that's always a good thing. And my friends tend to be really good people. They're not out there looking for something for nothing, and they always want to help. Now, none of my friends are what you would call rich. Actually, I have one friend who's very rich. He's probably worth about 13 or 14 million, and he's always offering to help me. But I don't. I tell him, I said, look, as long as I'm able to do things myself, I'm not going to put my hand out and look for financial assistance. So, but he's one of the people I want to meet. I haven't seen him since the early 2000s, and he lives in Minnesota. So he says, yeah, you can come and stay with me for a few days. That's fine. I'll definitely do that. All right. So let's see what else we got. Parasites. Yeah. I call these rich people that produce nothing, I call them parasites. Now, again, I know people that would be considered rich. And even my really rich friend, he's partial parasite, and he admits it because he made his money through stock and real estate manipulation. But he also does things for himself. He owns a couple of shopping centers and a gym. And he pays people to do work, which is good. See, that's not a parasite. When you have somebody work for you and you compensate them correctly, then you're not a parasite. And the same thing with the stuff that he does himself. He does all of his own yard work. He doesn't try to hire illegals and pay them next to nothing. So again, I'm not saying that all rich people are parasites, but Miami tends to attract the worst of the worst. You know, you can be rich now, and this is something I want to talk about in a video, the idea of wealth and being rich, because having a lot of money, in my opinion, is not what makes you rich. What makes you rich is the ability to control more of your time and resources and be able to source what you need without having to go into debt to do it. And this is one of the principles that I've lived by my whole life. And that is the way that you support parasites is by going into debt. If you can avoid going into debt, then you can starve them of what is allowing them to live a lifestyle they don't deserve. And again, living in Miami, you can see the parasites very easily. Not so much in my area because this is a working class neighborhood, but all you have to do is go down towards the coast or even out west in what we call horse country. There are a few places that money is just there being spent. I can show you one house that somebody built. It looks like some palace from, another country. But there are a lot of working people there too. Now, let's see in comments here. Milton is such a cute kitty. Yes, he's a really nice cat. Come here, baby. Come on. He's a sweetie. Yeah, look at that. Oh, look at that cute little thing. You're such a cute little kitten. I love you so much. Nice little guy. A lot of times, the way your animal acts is going to depend on the way you treat them. And Lori's Carnivore Stereo says, Rick, you're hilarious. Yes. And Sandy Blythe, I live in Lake City. Well, maybe I'll be driving by your area. That part of Florida is unique. The problem is that development has been spreading even to those areas. It's like a cancer that basically wipes everything out. Morning, Sandy. Actually, I live 16 miles outside Lake City in the country. Well, that's smart. Hopefully, it stays there long enough before the developers come and fill it up with McBoxes. Morning, Mama Aaron. What decade did Miami start going downhill? 1980 is when it started. It started with the Mariel boat lift, when Castro flushed the toilet, emptied out the jails, threw all the mentally ill people out, sent them over to the U.S., and they ended up here. I was in junior high and I was in elementary school and junior high. I remember when it started. I remember when the kids came from Cuba. We were told, welcome them, but they were just nasty little things, and they tended to be bullies, and they thought they were better than us. So I ended up getting a very low opinion of a lot of the Cuban refugees. Now, it's ironic because my dad also came from Cuba in the late 1940s. But you have to realize there's been many people that have come here. It's only 90 miles away at the closest point. So it wasn't uncommon for college students, like my dad was, to come to the U.S. from Cuba. He didn't come to Miami, though. He came to Yankton, South Dakota. He was studying engineering. But again, it's kind of hard to be a student and then try to work and do all that. So he switched from engineering to becoming an aircraft mechanic. And what was sort of the center for air travel at the time? It was Miami. I mean, you think about Pan Am and Eastern and all those companies. So it was kind of interesting. All right. So, yeah, 1980 was a turning point, but it took time to do a lot of damage. The next wave of disaster came in 2000 when the Federal Reserve decided to lower interest rates to 1%, and that got the real estate bubble going. Now, we had a real estate bubble building tremendously in the 1980s because of the drug trade, the cocaine, the cannabis, and all the other things they were smuggling, and especially the cocaine. You know, the old cocaine cowboy story. Like when I was a kid, they had that shootout at Dadeland Mall. And you started to see the neighborhoods like Palmetto Pinecrest becoming very, very expensive because of all the money that was flowing in there. And even horse country near me, it became expensive. The Miller Drive estates, where they used to sell lots for $900 in the 1950s, they went up in price rapidly. Homes there went from about 40,000 to 150,000 in less than 10 years because of the drug money. And some of these drug homes were built there. Now, there was still enough of the old fish farms and plant nurseries and horse people that it didn't get really, really bad. It started to get real expensive, like late 80s, early 90s, and then Hurricane Andrew hit, and that put a lid on top of everything, and the real estate bubble stopped and it reversed. And Redland and part of Homestead and all that went backwards. So prices dropped as much as 50%. But like I said, by the 2000s, with the Federal Reserve's funny money and relentless inflation, it started to go back up. And then the development thing went crazy in the late 2000s, 2006 to 2008. Then we had the financial crisis engineered by them, and it kind of slowed down. And we had a lot of projects that stopped, land that was being built on that stopped. But then again, I would say maybe, 2018, 19, it was already going back up. The Federal Reserve had done several more quantitative easing and that repo madness and all this other stuff. And once the pandemic hit, that was it. It was real estate bubble to the max. So now we've exceeded every other measure that we've had since the days they started measuring it. All right. Okay, let's see. Jonathan is here, present, Carnivore Muscle. That's good. And Boyd Lamb is here, saying hi. Okay. And let's see. Jonathan says, I hope you are well. I ran out of cash. Need to buy a new table so I can record from my bed. Yeah, I know that feeling. Oh, Carnivore Dan, good morning from Georgia. Good morning. And Boyd Lamb, are you healthy and happy? Yes. Do you have money? Yes. Even better. But the money didn't buy the health and happiness. And that's what Boyd Lamb is saying is what I talk about wealth. When you are wealthy, you have control of your life. The more control you have of your life, the more wealthy you are. If you're unhealthy, even if you're super rich, are you really wealthy? Of course not. Because you have to rely on other people to do things for you, and your life quality is very low. All right, let's see. Okay, insightful, yes. And Carnivore Dan. Money buys freedom from the matrix, which leads to happiness. It can, unless, of course, the money supply is inflated to the point where it doesn't work anymore. And WTF, I was the first to comment on the stream. It isn't there now. Jonathan, I don't know what that is. YouTube does some weird things. I've made comments early on a live stream, and then by the time I go on, it's not there. I don't know why that is. But when I logged on around 8 o'clock, I didn't see it. So it must be that YouTube doing silly things. All right. Let's see. Where can I get a Rick shirt? Is there one? I mean, a Rick shirt, you're going to end up looking like the Amish or the Mennonites. Because when it comes to clothing style, you know that I do some pretty strange things compared to the average person. I don't generally wear shorts. That's one thing. If you see me in shorts, it's because I'm wearing my underwear. And I generally wear shirts that button in the front. I do wear a t-shirt, but it's underneath. It's going to be a cotton or hemp shirt that's used to sort of protect from the outside. And that's just the way I am. Now, Labyrinth says, do you think South Florida is another bubble that will burst, or the price is here to stay? It has to burst because prices here are incredible. The only way they can keep this bubble going is if they do what the governor says and they get rid of the property tax. And I have to admit, if they get rid of the property tax, it's going to change my life drastically because that's going to be another $12,000 or so that I get to keep. Now, the insurance industry is still a problem, but if they eliminated the property tax, that would mean that people would be more willing to move because then even if you had to pay a lot of money for another place, you wouldn't be paying all that property tax. So if your shack sold for $1.5 million and you had to buy another shack for $1.5 million, you wouldn't be paying capital gains on all that mess because you could just buy another one. And without a property tax, you're not going to be paying $30,000 or more a year just to rent your home from the government. So I'm kind of looking forward to that, but I don't think they're going to do that because they thrive on control. So I think what's going to happen is when the economy starts to fall apart, and it will, the Federal Reserve is going to print more money. They got 20 trillion ready to go, and they're going to try to keep this game going. But I think what's going to end up happening is that there's going to be a loss of confidence in the dollar, and people are going to stop investing. And I think that could actually cause the long term interest rates to go up. Now, the mortgage rates were 18% when I was a kid. Can you imagine with a median house price range of $500,000 with an 18% mortgage? That's a lot of money. And that'll make even the high property taxes look like ridiculous. And then it will crash. There's no way around it. But, you have sort of a bunch of scammers that run the government. You have people that are basically easy money worshipers. They have all these crazy ideas. They want to lower interest rates, and things are not going to be good. Now, if you use my definition of real wealth, and that's the ability to be able to feed yourself and clothe yourself, have a place to live, you're going to need lots of energy. And we have a serious energy problem that nobody talks about. The amount of usable oil has been decreasing for many years. There hasn't been any increase in conventional oil since the 1970s. A lot of what they've been able to do is imported from the rest of the world. The U.S. has also been able to squeeze out oil from shale deposits and also gas. And then you had the last administration talking about getting away from fossil fuels. But the fact is, the use of fossil fuels has never gone down. So sooner or later, this is going to reach a breaking point. And the problem is, I have a lot of fears about what's going to happen next. Now, someone like me, when it comes to regular energy, I don't consider myself to be that vulnerable. But my vulnerability comes from the energy that I use to power myself. Now, a human being, you can think of like if you're building a house. Now, if you're like me, you're going to build your house out of steel and concrete. So you're only going to use building materials. But if you're, let's say, an Amish person and you're going to build a house, what are you going to build it out of? You're going to build it out of wood. And wood is an interesting material because it is renewable, although it does take time to grow. To grow a tree that will produce decent wood is going to take at least 50 years. So if you want wood to build a house now, the tree would have had to be planted 50 years ago. So in other words, if I was going to build out of wood, the trees would have had to be planted when I was 6 years old. Now, I have a tree in the front yard that we planted when I was 10 years old. This thing is so big I can barely wrap my arms around it. I'll make a video of that one of these days. But here's the thing. The decisions that you make decades ago are going to affect the living standards that we have now. Now, here in South Florida, we used to have a lot of cattle. We had a lot of dairy. There are a lot of streets here that are still named after dairy. For example, there's a Milam Dairy Road. Now, people say, why would they call that Milam Dairy Road? It's nothing but warehouses and apartments. Well, that's because when they named the road, it was all full of dairy. Milton, don't do that. No, come here. The computer is not a playground for kittens, all right? You can hang out here. If you start attacking the computer, I'm putting you out. Hey, no biting. Hey, no. My goodness, what's the matter with you? You're an aggressive little thing sometimes. Anyway, before I got distracted by my little tiger there, a little panther, you look like a panther. Okay. Before I got distracted by my little panther, the decisions that we make they are going to affect our future now. They got rid of the dairies, they got rid of the cow pastures. And why did they get rid of all that great farmland? Well, very simple, because stack and pack rules the day. The one thing that always is consistent about South Florida, you want to stuff as much people as you can in a given space. But it's like I was telling a friend of mine, think of your home, think of a hoarder house. My house has a lot of stuff in it. You could have the most beautiful home and you start putting furniture in there, and then you start putting in all kinds of, chairs and pictures and whatever. What would happen if you put a ton of that stuff in your house? It is so full you can barely walk through there. Can you still enjoy your home? Well, you cannot, because now it is backed up with everything. Even if it's all good stuff, it turns into crap because you don't have the room to enjoy anything. And this is the problem with Miami. If you look around in areas, even when I was a kid, and even before I was born, there were some beautiful places down here. You had nice little homes, you had little motels, and you had little stores and stuff like that. And then starting in like the 70s and 80s, they started putting more and more and more and more in there. Well, now you try to go out there, you want to enjoy yourself. Let's say you want to go to the beach. You're going to sit in traffic for over an hour just to get to the beach. And then what? You have people all over the place. Most of them don't even speak English. You have some pretty ghetto elements that come in there. It's just, there's nothing good about it. So, this is the problem. So you have to find that balance between having nothing. Now, some of us do like having nothing. I wouldn't mind living in the middle of a swamp by myself. That's fine. But there's a certain amount of people you can have in an area and everything is nice. You may have, I don't know, a few 100,000 people in a city and it's pretty nice. You have a few high density buildings. You have a bunch of little houses. You have some open space. You might have an empty lot. And then when you get out of the city, you have all the agricultural areas. Now, down here, we had groves, mangoes, and avocados were very, very popular. And then you had the cow pasture. So, land that was high and dry was typically used for fruits, citrus, mango, avocado. Land that was a little bit low, that may get wet in the summertime and our rainy season, you couldn't grow those fruit trees because they would rot. So, they use it for a cow pasture. And there are a lot of cow pastures. Down the street from this house, we had a cow pasture. They actually had these radio towers, and it was a 44-acre lot. It's like a little triangle at the end of the neighborhood. And the cows were out there. And the reason they did that is because since it was like a radio tower, they weren't going to invest in putting in fruit trees because you never know when they're going to change the area. Plus, the ground was a little bit low. So they put cows in there. They just put up a barbed wire fence and put cattle in there. And the cattle used to roam around. Now, once in a while, the fence would break. The cattle would get out. They'd come in the neighborhood. We had times where we hear like, "Ooh, ooh," and then you smell that cow poop and you look around and there's cows walking down the street. I remember one time as a kid, I was probably 10, 11 years old. It was summertime. I think I might have been 10 after elementary school. And I looked in the front yard and there was this massive cow grazing on the grass. And of course, you'd have to tell the farmer, hey, your cow got out. Sometimes he'd figure out the cow was out, walk down the street and with a stick, to try to encourage the cows to go back. Well, you're not going to see any cows anymore because, well, they're all gone. Why would you have a piece of land with cows grazing on it, producing meat and milk, when you could sell that land for way more than it's worth and then have a developer come, clear all the plants and everything off of it down to the ground, fill it in with limestone, build a bunch of streets and put in foundations and build either little houses or a bunch of apartments. Now, what they did with the cow pasture here, they built these zero lot line homes. Now, that was in the late 80s. So you couldn't convince the suckers to live piled up on top of each other here. Now, if you happen to be near the coastline, yes, you have apartments and motels since the beginning. Think about Miami Beach. Think about South Beach. Those are all hotels and apartments. They've been there since the 1920s, some of them. And then after that, now originally when people moved in, there had houses. But again, once an area becomes more popular, people are willing to sacrifice their quality of life just to be in a certain area, right, little buddy? Yeah. They want to be next to the ocean, and there's only so much coastline. And the same thing could be saying of an island like Key Biscayne, which was filled in. It was a swampland that was filled in. When they first sold it, they had single family homes. But over time, a lot of them have been wiped out and replaced with giant McMansions or apartment buildings. Because again, it doesn't matter the quality of life, it's the quantity. So when you live in a place like Miami, you give up quality for quantity. Now, I've had to do some work in the Sunny Isles area. When you drive down there, when I was a kid, it was all these low end motels. These were 2-story, 3-story, 4-story max. They typically had a very large lobby, which was like a 1950s mid century modern, big windows. And back then, air conditioning was new. So they all had their sign, air conditioned. The motel rooms were small and they usually just had stairs and no elevator. But it was, and then they would put up signs. They had whimsical names. They tried to make themselves like a little Las Vegas. You had like Sands Motel. You had, I think it's called Golden Sands. You had the Dunes Motel. You had, what was the other one? The Thunderbird. And again, it was all like Las Vegas. And I think a lot of it was that a lot of the people that developed both areas, I think it was a mob and some of the wealthy people. And then you had a lot of these smaller businesses, like on Biscayne Boulevard. They build a 50 room or less motel, and they did the same thing. It was smaller, but they always had some unique neon sign. They may have like fiberglass or concrete animals or flamingos. They might, I think the one place that's still left is called Sahara. It's a rundown motel, and basically they do that so that they let the place get so dumpy that people don't feel bad when it gets knocked down and replaced with some overpriced high rise. And if you look at the new high rises they build now, they're extremely ugly, and they're just white or black or whatever. Black, white, and gray is the trend, and they just have repeating whatever. They just make it to maximize profit. So everything has balconies on it because you're trying to sell people fake luxury. Now, we know that living in an apartment is not luxurious. Living in an apartment is sort of like low end living. There's no such thing as a luxury apartment. I suppose if you live in a penthouse, but the thing is, why would you live in a penthouse when you can live in a real mansion at ground level? Well, sure, if you're making a bunch of money in a big city, it makes sense. But for the average person, living in an apartment, that's not luxury. Apartments generally should be for older people that don't want to deal with the hassles of a home, or younger people who are looking just to live their life without having to maintain a home. So this means that apartments should be less expensive than homes, but they're often more expensive. So what they'll do, they'll take an old building with cheap apartments, they'll tear it down, they'll build an even bigger building where they can put 10 to 20 times more apartments and then charge 5, 6 times what the cheap ones cost. So it seems like a way of making money. Now, of course, those buildings aren't cheap to build and they fall apart after a few years. So you have to get a bunch of money to be able to build these ugly monstrosities, which, by the way, shade the beach. So it kind of defeats the purpose. If you go to the last of the two-story buildings, which I think is called Sahara, and you go to the beach there, the sun is going to be there all the way until maybe 4 o'clock. But you go on one of these high rises, and by 1 o'clock, the beach is already shaded by this gigantic building. And the other problem is when the major hurricane does come, and it will, these new buildings are going to be stressed by 150-mile-an-hour or more winds, which is going to cause the foundations and structures to crack. And you know that after the collapse that we had in Surfside of the Champlain Towers condo, people are very paranoid. Plus, the state changed the rules. So now you have to save tons of money to be able to prepare for disasters like that. And most of these buildings don't have that. And buildings that were put up in that area in the 1990s are already falling apart. And you drive around and you'll see construction workers way up in the air on these platforms, jackhammering at the floor slabs, checking the pre-stress tensioning and fixing rust and all these other things. A high-rise building in South Florida has a useful life of 25 years. And after that, it has to be constantly maintained to be usable. Inland, they can last longer because you don't have the salt air working on them. But the reality is, if you're one of those people that decides to buy a condo in Florida, you can be wiped out instantly because unlike a house, which, you can get the county to condemn your house, but most of the time, if you keep them out of your home, if you see code enforcement, you do what I do and you throw rotten duck eggs at them or turn the hose on them, even if they call the police, there's not a whole lot they can do because, accidents happen. Birds can drop eggs out of their nest and the sprinklers can malfunction. So that's not a crime. But when you're in a condominium, they have to be recertified. It used to be every 40 years. Now I think it's every 30 years. So you can't keep them out. And the worst part is you don't really own anything. All you do is basically own shares in a corporation. So, and that's the one thing. Now, the other way of living cheap is living in the trailer. This is as bad or worse than the condominium. There's a trailer park down the street from me called the Little Abner. It's Lil apostrophe Abner Trailer Park. And it's been there as long as I can remember. They say they started that in 1968, which makes sense because I was a little kid and I remember we had a friend that lived there. That was a cheap place to live for about 30 or 40 bucks a month. You could rent a lot over there. And then I don't remember if the utilities were included or not. I think they might have been. It's hard to say. Well, like everything else, every one of these trailer parks becomes a ground zero for development. Because even though trailer parks are high density, you can put in the space of one of these regular house lots, you can put like 8 trailers. So you have 8 times the density of a regular neighborhood. But once they start building high rises, it doesn't matter anymore. Now you can cram even more people in there. And while living in a trailer is crap, at least it was cheap and you could live ground level. So you'd have your little parking spot next to your trailer. Usually they had a carport. When you live in an apartment complex, you're going to have one big parking lot or a parking garage, which means if you're one of those people that has to work for a living and have a truck with tools in it or whatever, some places won't even let you have it there. And even if they do, what's going to happen? Well, you got your vehicle sitting away from where you live. You get some crooks in there, and they're going to look at it as a target. They're going to break into it, and they're going to say, hey, look, free tools, free whatever. And every car down here has at least one gun in it. So that's a great way that they can steal weapons and then go out there and rob somebody else. So not good. And the other problem is because of the way apartments are built, you typically only have one entrance in and out. So you're going to have to sit in line getting in and out of that place, and then you're going to have the roads completely backed up. So it's really kind of a bad situation. So whenever you live in a cheap place down here, your days are numbered. The only way that you could live in a trailer, now my friend in North Florida lives in a trailer, but it's sitting on 15 acres. So if you have title to the land and you live in a trailer, that's not bad living. Trailer living is okay if you can so-called own the land that it's sitting on. But on the other hand, if, and this is a big if, you live in one of these condominiums or parks, you could be removed at any time. You think living in a condominium is safe. It's not. What happens if, for some reason, the condominium association doesn't meet the county standards? Well, guess what? You're on the street immediately. You may have a day or two to get out or a few hours to get out. You want to stay there? They'll grab you, they'll throw you in a police car and lock you up in jail. That's the way it works. If you have a house that's falling apart, they can try to condemn it. They can do their games, but they can't stop you from camping out on your own lot. They could fine you $200 something a day, but they're not going to physically grab you and arrest you and throw you in a cage. It doesn't work that way. And if you're smart, like a lot of us, you know how to keep the code people out. You keep your place patched up to the minimum so they don't bother you, and you're good. So, but again, this is the thing about living here. And some people have this deluded idea that living in Miami is some kind of paradise. Now, today is one of the good days. The weather's in the 60s right now. It was in the 80s last week. It was very hot. And, I'm having a great day because I got my engine sitting out front. The weather's nice. My air conditioner is turned off. So this is the first time since I've done the live stream that the air conditioner is off. And I've opened the one window over here. I opened the door. That's why I let my little monster in. And you can see, although he did go into a little bit of a catastrophe earlier, he's settled down. So we're going to train him to be a good kitty so that he can go along with me when we go out wherever. Okay, now I'm missing the comments here, but there's not too many here. So let's see. You hurt yourself and have stairs is not cool. Yeah. Carrying laundry up and down is not cool. Having old people visit. Yeah, that's right. So again, they have to have elevators. My high school had 5 flights of stairs, had to climb them every day for 5 years. Well, yeah, when you're young, you can do it. Stairs are for kids. Okay, we are energized carnivores. Fine, I guess. I mean, I don't have any trouble with stairs. I am eating early breakfast. I made deep fried bacon and fried my carnivore waffles. Yes. Tried coffee and bacon. Okay. I'm having coffee with a giant scoop of bovine collagen. Haven't tried the truffle. All right. So we got a lot of comments here about carnivore foods, which is good. Your waffles have been looking pretty tasty. I see booby goats. I need to catch up with your videos. I've been so busy with work. I just haven't been able to do it. I think there was some mention of you doing a fried steak. So that's good. And I see that Booby Goats is here. That's good to have you here. Yesterday's batch. I hear Pink Panther music. Yes. Yeah, it's da-dum, 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 da-dum. But as you can see, he's here. I want to keep him in the video stream as much as possible because I think he adds something to it. People might get bored listening to me the whole time, but my little guy, he's a good cat. And he's sleeping now, so he hasn't tried to bite me, hasn't tried to attack the computer, so that's really good. Okay, Peter says, I had my cup of fatty coffee as usual. And let's see what else. I also bought a big pack of chicken hearts that I'm going to cook up. Hey, those are good. Chicken hearts, chicken livers. CB Carmack, I love my 9 acres of land in northwest Alabama. I only pay about $400 a year in property tax and house payment, $550 per month for a 3-bedroom house and 2-story, 2-car garage with barn that's wired. Now, see, that's living right there. Living in some crappy condo in Miami, that's not living. But living out there in the country is, especially if you're a carnivore, you're somebody that likes to work on stuff. Us car guys, we need to have a yard. Can you imagine if I was living in some stupid apartment or condo and the engine goes out of my truck? What am I going to do? I got an engine sitting in my front yard. Now, again, if code enforcement knew about it, they'd be over here fining me $250 a day. But with all the plant cover I have and with a little something called a tarp and a gate, it's very easy to hide the sins. From the air, my house looks like an empty lot. And I've been doing it for years. I've never had a problem. Everywhere I've lived, I've always believed in lots of greenery. The more green, the better. You don't want to be like the Latinos that have the empty yard with lights everywhere and a driveway because they have to pave the whole yard so they have enough parking spaces for all the rooms they rent out. And that's what they do down here. The way that they can afford these overpriced homes is they turn all the rooms into rentals, which, by the way, is illegal. But they do it anyway because no one's going to find out about it. And that's it. So they call those efficiencies, which is basically just a room with a hot plate in it and access to a bathroom. There are houses in this neighborhood that are like motels. There's one house down the street that has 8 efficiencies in it. Now remember, these were 3-bedroom, 1 or 2 bath homes. And I've had to clean out some of these properties, and the amount of code violations is incredible. The electric, the plumbing, all the rigs. I've seen things that I never had thought I would see in my life. I've seen places so bad they were living in sheds, the garage, and I've seen them where the sewer pipe is just a pipe going into the canal. That's how bad it is. And it makes you wonder why the water is so toxic down here. Unbelievable. All right, let's see. Um, yeah, Rick. Sleep well, Milton. Okay. Aaron says, yeah, Rick, I'm at a heart attack steak fried in bacon grease. Well, there you go. Nothing like a southern fried steak. Silly kitty, yes. I'm okay. CB sounds like a little piece of Alabama heaven to me. It sure does. I got another friend that lives in Alabama, so I'll have to check that out. Okay, Terry Sue, first time making them. All right. What do you think of all these aviation incidents in the news lately? I think it's a result of years of neglect. Everything in this country is falling apart. Everything from bridges to power lines to air traffic. And we know that they don't treat employees the way they should, and incompetent people tend to make bad decisions. And if they're a politician, they're incompetent. All right. We got a question here. First official question. What size is that new motor? It is a 7.3 IDI diesel. This was one of the original turbo engines, but the guy took the turbo off of it for another one. So we're going to convert it back to non-turbo, and that's really simple. So, okay. Let's see. I miss country living for sure. I try to convince myself that I love the convenience of being close to everything in city center, but I'm a big fat liar. The funny thing is I consider country living to be the most convenient. I don't consider city living to be convenient at all because you have to go more frequently to get things, and then you have to sit in traffic all the time. I've tried to work around it by using a bicycle, but that's not foolproof either. Okay, my mom pays $500 a year for property tax for property she doesn't even own, since it is a mobile home park. Yeah, seems criminal, but whatever. Welcome to California. I have to pay $1,500 for a lot that I own that I don't even go to that much every year. And I only paid $8,000 for the lot when I bought it. So again, property taxes are just rent. It's just money that's given to the government for property that you don't actually own. My theory has always been if you did own it, you wouldn't have to rent it. And that's it. Okay. Let's see. I heard Franklin say that airplane accidents are actually down year over year. Well, that's interesting. Not for this time, Peter, because media has magnified what they haven't magnified before. That's the other thing. The media is always trying to have a narrative. Whoever sponsors them sets a narrative. CV Carmack. My mom works in code enforcement in Walton County, Florida, but in the office, answering the phone, listening to all the bitching and complaining about people's neighbors. That's how you get reported. Yeah. Now, they changed the law in Florida, so the code people aren't going to come out anymore unless somebody puts their name, and the complaints have gone down. But I always find out who it is one way or the other. I have my ways of knowing, and then I return the favor because when the code people come here and I know who called, I tell them that they need to go over there or else, and they end up doing it. And then we end up with a feud going on. We had a neighbor in the back that caused nothing but trouble, and they ended up being foreclosed on and thrown out, which is good. Some investor bought it. It's been a rental ever since. But it is crazy. Let's see. Carnivore Dan. I'm 40 minutes from my dad's out in deer country. That's good. All I know is I have to get on a plane every April to fly to San Antonio. Okay. I'm not too happy about flying, but I have no choice. That's right, Peter. I hate flying because the seats in the airplane are too close together. Now, people say, well, if you don't find, if the airplane seats are not big enough, you need to lose weight. Well, I only weigh about 190 to 200 pounds max, so I'm not overweight. It's just that I'm tall. I'm 6'6". And these stupid, well, they're not stupid. Again, the idea is quantity over quality, stack and pack. But it's interesting that people have to accommodate handicapped people, but there's no rule that says they have to accommodate tall people. So you end up sitting on this seat, and then somebody tries to put their, seat, recline their seat into you, and usually I'll stick a book or I'll stick whatever I have in there so they can't recline the seat. And I use carry-on luggage. I actually, the last time I went airplane was 2005, and I had a carry-on luggage that had a very strong metal piece in it, and I just jammed it in there in the seat trying to get more room. It's always a problem. And then usually I'll get a sinus issue. There's a chemical smell in the airplane. I just can't do that. It's crazy. All right. Let's see what we got here. Okay. I love living rural, but when I have to go on the freeway, an actual city's not cool. Yeah. It's like a Beverly Hillbilly. That's true. I live 20 miles from town, only go once a week for groceries. That's a smart thing to do. I live across from a plaza and rarely drive anywhere, nor do I go out often, just stock up on meat and staples. Same thing I do. I'll hit the bicycle when I need to get something nearby. You have the perfect thing, Lori. Okay. I drive to neighboring cities to visit friends. Why? Okay, here's a question. Why do I see no old cars in Miami? In the Midwest that I came from, it's still on the road. There's several reasons. First of all, most of the people from Miami are from somewhere else in the world. People here tend to be very poor. They don't have the money to spend on antique cars. The weather here is awful. Cars rust from the top down. You wouldn't believe the amount of rust that is here. It is crazy. In the Midwest, they tend to rust from the bottom up because of road salt. And the other thing, too, is that most people don't have a garage because here in Miami, a garage is called an efficiency apartment. There may be a garage door on it, but a few feet behind the garage door is a drywall partition. 99% of the garages here are apartments. That's how people get enough money to pay for the overpriced real estate. The other thing, too, is that the county code enforcement does not allow you to work on your own car anywhere. It is illegal. Now, I do it all the time. I take stuff apart, but again, I have a lot of tree cover and I know how to deal with these people, and I do it in the back where they can't see it. But most people, you try to work on your cars, you're going to get in trouble. So a lot of people just don't do that. All right, let's see what we got here. Um, hmm. Okay, like cattle in a rail car. We used to see those a lot, but the railroad is now apartment buildings. I'll have to make a video of that too. Okay, the salty air and water rusts them out. Yes, it does. Okay, Rick, I thought you were going to say you always find out who reports you from carnivore. No, I'm not going to eat them. These people are too full of toxins. They're not edible. Hey, I am here, Ruthie B. Well, hey, I saw you last night in your live. Yes, thank you for joining our lives last night. You added so much to our discussion. Well, I'm glad I did. I'm a bit of a quack, so you never know when Rick comes back. But yeah, they have an adventure going. They have a couple, into trucking, and for a while, skid steer work and back to trucking. Live out there in the country. That's the kind of people I tend to watch in this space. You'll notice if you look at my YouTube subscriptions, besides the carnivore channels, it's also the rural and farming channels. And rural people are definitely there. Oh, I see also, it looks like Cornerstone. Oh, yes. How that just popped up. That's Matthew. He's here. You can check out his channel, get some scriptural, encouragement for the day. Okay, it's good morning. They're saying, William McCartney is here. Good morning. I see you're here. That's good. And Craig Smith, we got a question. Let's see. There you go. I see your precious black cat. Yes. Yes. Ruthie was talking about her cats. This is my cat. He was a kitten in October. So he's over 6 months old now. As you can see, he's sleeping. He's being a nice kitty. He did get a little snappy earlier, but he's okay now. So let's see who else we got. Question. Don't you need the power of the missing turbo? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to look around for one of those little turbos. My truck was non-turbo. It did just fine. It's got the power of seed oils, so it doesn't need the turbo. Good old seed oil power. Okay, yes, yeah, I did lots of our conversation. Well, great. I try to get in as many of the live conversations as I can, but there's only so many hours in the day. And I was sitting there. My friend was going to come this morning to bring the engine. They had gone to a funeral. That's why he came into town. A friend of his had died in his 70s. He was obese and he had heart issues and so on. I'm amazed he lived as long as he did. But he did die, and my friend brought his family. They're going to stay with my other friend that lives on the beach. And then basically they'll be leaving tomorrow. He says, I'm out of the funeral. Do you mind if we come at night? Is it too late? I said, nah, it's like 8 or 9 o'clock. That's fine. So I fired up little Bob. I went out through the gate, picked the engine out of his truck, placed it in front of my truck, put little Bob away. I got a couple things I need to do on little Bob, but my Bobcat has been running really great. And you have to realize that this Bobcat sat, I think, it was at least 3 or 4 years when I was taking care of my parents, and it had a vine growing over it. It was basically deteriorating, and I did fix it. So that's a good thing, you know. So yeah, so I got that out of the way, and I'm gonna make some videos on that. I may even have a flywheel, because I remember I stripped one of these engines a while back. If I can find the flywheel, I'm gonna put it on the engine, put a starter on it, and spin it and see what kind of compression it's got. If I get more than 300 psi in every cylinder, I'm gonna get this engine prepped to drop in my truck. Now, this is a 94, I believe. My truck is a 90, so it has different pulleys and all that. It's internally balanced instead of externally balanced, but hopefully everything will line up. I'll make it fit one way or the other. And then I'm going to take the old engine out of my truck. I'm not going to junk it. I'm going to take it apart for parts. And I'm going to see what's wrong with it. I may be able to restore it. I have a feeling that the way the world is going, I'm going to be stuck driving old vehicles for a long time, because these new trucks don't appeal to me. I find them extremely ugly. Every new truck I've seen looks nasty. It has sort of that, cars have that turd eggshell shape. Trucks tend to have sort of a boxy turd shape, and they're really ugly. I mean, most of these trucks nowadays, they're too cheap to put chrome on them. So they just put a bunch of plastic and they paint it black. They call it blacked out. Like, it looks like garbage. It's really a shame. Even the colors they use are pretty ugly. I mean, you could get a white truck, but you can't get a yellow truck. You can't get a red truck, or even a nice blue truck. It's all shades of gray, silver. It's like they're just trying to go, whatever. Okay, so we got Craig Smith bombarding this thing with comments. All right. How did I miss your 8 o'clock post, Rosie Red? No, I mean, I've been here. Michael Pregler, I do country living. Don't like being around too many people. I'd rather hang out with the deer and critters. That's the way I am. I'd rather be with the iguanas and the gators than most of the people. Okay, William McCarty, Luna is getting her beauty sleep. Okay, here's a question. Do you think the push to put everyone through college was to reduce labor costs by oversupply? I think what it is just debt. You got to remember, parasites need debt in order to get something for nothing. In other words, they get rich from doing nothing productive. They have to put you into debt. So the idea is anything that creates debt, mortgages, car payments, whatever, anything that's financed by debt, even medicine, you have to get that debt higher. That's the reason why the inflation always goes into those things first. And think about it this way: wealthy people use debt to buy stocks. They can manipulate stock prices by simply borrowing cheap money, buying back the stock of their own company, causing the price to go up. The same way that the Federal Reserve lowers interest rates by creating money out of nothing to buy all the debt, the bonds, and so on. So it's a really great scam until the average person figures it out. And then all these parasites, they end up like barnacles on a ship. People head over to the coastline and they're armed and ready, and they start going in there and try to take back what's theirs. And that's what's going to eventually happen. Because once people realize the game is rigged and there's no way that they can get out of it, they will rebel. It happens every single time. So, yeah, it's just a matter of debt. Okay, do notice a repeat in the chat. Yeah, I see that. I don't know what was going on there. Oh, your cat is just a kitten. Yes. What's his name? Well, I really didn't officially name him, but my neighbor called him Milton because that's the hurricane that he was discovered in, and he is like a hurricane. So we call him Hurricane Milton. I thought about Shadow and Midnight. He's a shadow because he follows me everywhere, and Midnight because you can't see him. My neighbor even tried putting a bell collar on him. That lasted a couple weeks, and then he tore it off. I was concerned about him getting caught in something because a lot of times I work all day, I'm not here. So he lost the collar. I couldn't find it. I didn't get another one. I just have to be careful. I know to watch out for him. Now, my eyesight is pretty good in the dark, and I know how to feel around with my feet because he loves to attack your leg. But yeah, we call him Milton. Okay, Milton is the kitty. Yes, Milton is usually the show. Let's see, the show ender. Yes, he knows how to turn off the computer. He does. And the thing about YouTube Live, if the Ethernet cable gets pulled out for a couple of seconds, the stream is interrupted. There's no way to resume the stream. It's supposed to do it automatically, but it doesn't on my computer. I think because my computer is simply too old. But yeah, once it's off, it's off. Okay. Channel name is Big Valley Vumbles. Yes, I just searched. Okay, so trying to find their channel. Thanks for the cat's name, Milton. Interesting that the cat knows how to turn off the computer. Well, the keyboard sits, I have a monitor arm. If you looked at one of my videos when I rebuilt my drawers by the bed, which my cat also finished off, it had termites in it, but his weight and his activity broke it, and the computer fell on the floor. And you can see that's what it is. Okay. My cat's name was Midnight. Yes. Good morning. Oh, Ellie's here. Nourishment directed. Hello. My black cat had a white spot. Well, mine has two white spots. He has one on his paw, which I showed in a video, and there's one on the top of his head. All black cats seem to have some type of white spot. Why do I have a fly buzzing around? Ugh. All right. Yep, there it is. Missed it. I'll get it eventually. If any vegans are watching, I hate to say it, but I have no tolerance for flies. If I don't smash the fly, hopefully one of the ducks will get it when it goes outside. My dad and stepmom died 5 and 6 years ago. I inherited their two cats. One is black, named Monkey. She's asleep on the bed. Oh, that's cute. Cool cat name. We are all sick over here. You know, there's a germ that went around. I have a lot of my friends that got sick too. And if you see, they had that Dr. Kilt's meetup. That seemed to be a super spreader event. You have the Mitch old guy Carnivore, and I guess the Dante Ferrigno or whatever. A bunch of people got the germ, so they spread it all around. So there's definitely germs going around. Okay, speedy recovery. Yes, my cat used to catch flies. Mine does too, and eat them. Yep, I've seen dogs do that too. Do you think this AI talk is all just a bunch of hype? When poop hits the fan, do people really care about it? Of course it's hype. I mean, AI has been around for decades. They take something that's existing, they rename it, they hype it up, make a big deal out of it. You know, all of us, I'm sure, get these automated phone calls. Those are AI. They've been around for a long time. And every single one of them, I know exactly that it's not a real person. When somebody calls up, they have like keyboard sounds in the background. Hello? Is anybody there? I mean, how stupid is that? I can tell when a voice is generated by AI. You see a lot of these YouTubers that put together videos and they use an AI voice. I would never use that because the AI voice still differs enough from the real voice where you can tell the difference. And the other thing about AI or any kind of automation is that it doesn't make as much mistakes as a human, which eliminates the character. That's like the difference between listening to an orchestra and even the best MIDI generated sound files. There's definitely you can tell the difference. And the other thing about AI, which a lot of people that they don't really seem to understand, if you've seen my channel, one of my biggest concepts is you need to go with the laws of thermodynamics. The diet people always talk about the first law of thermodynamics, but Rick talks about the second, the rule of entropy. And basically, what that is, everything tends towards greater disorder. If you've ever seen an abandoned building, even if it's relatively new, there's going to be a layer of dust, there's going to be things that fall off. It's just normal. If a building's been sitting for 50 years with zero maintenance, it's going to collapse because it takes constant adjustment, repairs, and so on to keep something from falling apart. And that's the way that our bodies are too. We have to get a constant source of energy. That's the food that we eat. Like I was talking about earlier, if you want to build a house from wood, wood is one of those materials that you can use either as a construction material or you can use it as a fuel. And that's what food is to us. We can use food as a source of energy or reduced entropy, but we can also use that food as building materials. So think about it. You could have a wooden home and it starts to rot. And what are you going to do? You're going to cut out the rotten part and put in another piece. If the roof starts to leak, you may have to replace the roofing or repair it. So you do these little things every now and then. And this is one of the things that is very important to understand. It's a constant thing. So AI, left to its own resources without human intervention, would eventually destroy itself because the entropy would build up and build up and build up until it could no longer function. So, although AI is a thing, we have to be there because AI is unable to break entropy. We can, but we can only do it for so long. From the time that we're born, middle age, after that, we start to fall apart. But even that, have you ever seen somebody get a knee replacement or a hip replacement? It has a usable life that's less than the original. You know, your knee or hip, if you take care of it, can last your entire life. It's just like teeth. Teeth can last your entire life if you take care of them. But if you put a replacement, a man made replacement, it won't last the lifetime. That joint that you replaced, it has a useful life and it has to be replaced again. So this is very important. All right, let's see what else we got here. It's going around. My kids got sick from YMCA. They bring it home. Hey, that's what they do. Kids are good germ spreaders. I had something in my throat. Never got sick. The bug is going around. Yes, I think I had a little bit of it too, but I feel fine now. Question, Rick, where do you source your seed oils? All right. How much diesel do you have to mix with it? Okay. The seed oils generally come from food trucks. I used to get them a lot from restaurants, but a lot of the restaurants are basically money losing enterprises, so they're really, really cheap. So what they do, they sell it. They may get $50 for a whole load of it, but that little bit of money is enough for them to sort of go over the edge. So all the restaurants, they tend to get a service to buy it from them. But on the other hand, I would definitely Um, you know, I get food trucks mostly, and I have friends that do turkey fries, and I tell everyone save your vegetable oil from the kitchen. So that's what I do. Yeah, food trucks are my main source. The problem is that most of the food trucks only speak Spanish, so mi español is just not that good. I have to work on that. I'm gonna have to recultivate that. I also was getting oil from one Carnival. I'm gonna have to see if I can get back to getting that, but that's what it is. It's all used seed oils. Rick, would you please talk about what you said in my live last night? Would you please talk about it that you don't pass gas because of your diet, that you don't fart? That is correct. I don't fart unless I have the flu or somebody gives me some duck food. If I was to eat a little bit of duck food or even a little bit of yard grown fruit, I will get some gas. When I went plant based, I produced a lot of gas and it was really bad because one time I couldn't hold it anymore in the elevator and it started coming out silently, and by the next floor everybody was leaving, and by the floor after that I was the only one in the elevator, and that was at the courthouse. So you can only imagine how desperate they were. They're trying to get to a court case and they're dying of the horrible smell. And you know that's just one of those things. I mean, gas basically comes from methane and other gases, and you can definitely ferment that from plant material. Now, as you know, I produce my own cooking gas, and I do that with grass clippings and plant material and animal waste. All my neighbors and friends bring me their dog and cat poop. I put mine in there too. And it's all inside of the tank. It ferments for a few weeks, and then I connect a hose to it and it connects to my old kitchen. Works really, really well. I hate electric stoves, so that's what it is. Okay, I hate wet money and more money. Yeah, right? Money laundering. All right, really. I just never heard of that. So, yeah, Ruthie never heard of a carnivore diet. It's a big trend. All you have to do is look up carnivore diet here on YouTube and you'll see it. A lot of people are saying it's curing a lot of problems. I have my doubts, but I've been on the carnivore diet since 1983. So, what can I say? And Jonathan says, I'm still here. Yes, you are still here. I was a grocery checker for a long while. Nothing worse than getting cash out of cleavage. Boy, people are sad and sick in this town. And Thomas says hi to Jonathan. Yes. Today's automobiles need firmware updates. They seem like a big rolling distraction. Yes. Gadgets on wheels. Just getting in any driving somewhere. I could keep my Oldsmobile Cutlass 307 running for life. Yeah. My 69 Chargers would run for life, but the body rusts out. But one of these days, when I get the right facilities and the right materials, I will bring them back. The engines ran good. They still run good to this day. It's like my old appliances from the 1970s. They may be rusty and dinged up, but they still work. Because back when this country used to manufacture its own goods, it was superior to anything that you can get from overseas nowadays. Remember, in order to make something overseas, you have to account for the cost of shipping it. And they do that by underpaying the labor that makes it and cutting corners on materials. It's not that people overseas want to cheat you, it's just this is big business. And you got to remember, in their country, you have the same parasite billionaires that run the businesses. The worker and the consumer is the one that always suffers. But then again, we are the cattle, so they don't care. Elevator story is hilarious. Yeah, it was pretty sad too. A big guy like me filled with gas is not pleasant experience. In fact, my waist is 36, and I remember I had to keep trying to loosen the belt. I had gone out 2 notches and it was still expanding. And by the time I had to wait for the elevator, by the time I got in the elevator, now the courthouse doesn't even exist anymore. I mean, it exists, but it's abandoned. They're just they left the building because they said it was old, and they're building a new one. So they're going to wait until it deteriorates to the point where they can condemn it and then tear it down and then build a giant condo. So that's the way it works here. Let's see what happens. But the 1926 courthouse is the only thing that was being built during the hurricane that still survives. But and then of course, what they've done to it over the years, all the remodeling on the interior ruined it. They've taken out most of the character, and you put that garbage drop ceiling that they have with those ugly recessed lights, and it's always the same thing. It's always degrade, 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 let it deteriorate, and then tear it down and build some overpriced piece of crap in its place. That's how they do it. Okay, let's see. Um, it was me. Oh, that poor guy, Carnivore Dan, Boo Money, yeah. Carnivore Muscle, the champion. Yes, he is. Check out his channel if you haven't. You won't be disappointed. Okay. I drove an Oldsmobile Omega Bro. Oh, those things were ugly for a decade. Aaron says, when my older girls got a bra and told them it's extra pockets. Can you tell us your IRS audit story? Oh, yeah, that was years ago. The IRS office used to be over here in South Miami, and I had someone that didn't like me, so they called me into the IRS. And I save all my receipts. I had them all in a box. Well, there was a cockroach in the box, and I thought, hey, that's a good idea. And as you know, I have a roach farm for my ducks. So I grabbed as many roaches as I could, put them into the box, and head over to the IRS office. Now, to make matters worse, I had my old charger, and I had some problems with that. That PCV valve was bad. It was sucking oil, so it was smoking up the whole place. I drove in there. There was so much smoke, the fire alarm went off. That was one thing that happened. When I got up to the office, and they're over there trying to nitpick me on my business, I said, "Well, I have all the receipts. Here is a list." And I basically gave her the box. I said, "You can look at it. You can confirm it yourself." And she said, "No, it's not necessary, whatever." And I started going through the list. She opened up the box, took out a couple of receipts, and then when she looked at the receipt, on the back side of the receipt was a gigantic cockroach. And I'm sitting there like, I'm ready to burst out laughing. It's so funny. And then she feels it and drops it, sees a roach, screams, and then goes into a panic. And all of a sudden, when that thing falls in the box, the roaches start, I guess, with the screaming and all that, they start going around. So I give the box a little nudge, and it tips over, and the roaches, they just go all over the place. It was really funny. I mean, I was cracking up. I just couldn't help it anymore. I was laughing like crazy. I got escorted out of there, and I never heard from them again. So I suppose that the audit was canceled because, what are you going to do? So anyway, hey, that's one of those things. I had somebody else, I mean, obviously the IRS can audit you for no reason, but I know who it was because, see, the thing is, I have friends from a lot of different companies, and one of the employees is a friend of mine, was saying that she was going to try to get even with me because I don't want to explain exactly what happened. She's going to use the IRS to do that. And I found out, I knew who it was. But again, I try to keep everything sort of under wraps. I don't tell the secrets that people tell me. So a lot of people tell me the secrets. It's just the way it is. I seem to be trustworthy, which is good. There's not a lot of secrets about me. I mean, I don't tell everything. Obviously, I'm not advertising my whole life, but definitely, I mean, the things that matter, everybody knows about. Let's put it that way. All right. Let's see. Michael Pregler, my granddaughter, always puts her money in her bra. Says nobody's going in there anyway. Okay. Okay. I will go check out your channel. Yes, please do. I need muscle. That's Jonathan is the one that you want to check out because he knows how to do it. He's proven. He's got the academic background and the practical experience, which makes him light years ahead of all the other fitness influencers you'll see on YouTube. Okay, IRS can randomly audit you. Yes, they can. They can do whatever they want. You invested the IRS with Roach. Yep. I tormented many beaches in my day too. Okay. There's a funny ass story. I have a lot of interesting stories I've had in my life. Everyone tells me it's quite funny because I'm not the normal person. I am underbearing, I assure you. There's going to be a lot of unemployed, fed people. I want to become of them. We'll see. They'll probably find a way to get it, some other gravy job. So you have a roach farm. Yes. I use egg crates, cardboard egg crates to have a roach farm. Now, I don't have it right now because my ducks ran away. But when I have ducks, I like having a roach farm because it's a treat for them. Giving them duck food, corn, and all that other duck food is okay, but roaches are definitely, and they're fun because when you let them loose, they see the roaches, they get super excited, their tails are wagging, and they come with their little feet, waddling over there. I've never seen ducks move so fast. It's quite funny. Okay, let's see. Um, Childhood trauma from giant flying roaches. Well, that's what we have here. They call them palmetto roaches. That's definitely what we have. Yeah, same. I'm terrified of palmetto bugs. That's the roaches we have. They're about that big, 2 inches or so. Truly Nolan used to have a competition to have the largest roach. If you caught the largest roach, they gave you a prize. So that's one of the reasons I had my roach farm. I thought I could raise the biggest roach and win their, I don't know, $1,000, whatever the prize was. But anyway, okay. Do you think Trump will actually abolish the IRS? Hope so. No, he won't, because that's something that Congress has to do. He won't do it. If Rick said he eats heart attack roaches, I believe it. Well, I do eat secondhand roaches through duck eggs. All right. Then same. I'm terrified of palmetto bugs. They do like to fly at you. That's the funny thing. Do you stack silver? I have scrap silver to some extent. I don't stack it because, I have a little bit of gold and a little bit of silver, but it's mostly what they call junk silver, silverware pots. I mean, like those little silver tea things or whatever, some coins, stuff like that. A little bit. The problem with silver, when you need to trade it in for food or whatever, it's a little difficult because most people don't realize what is real silver. I mean, you can hear it by dropping it on the concrete or something, but most people, they're going to have to be educated on that. Okay, Carnivore Dan, we always have to pay the government. Well, the government has inflation. They can inflate as much money as they have, so they don't really need the taxes. But the taxes are a great way to have control. Since everyone breaks the tax law, they can always pick and choose a little selective enforcement to go after the people they don't like. All right, we have a question. I would like to hear life stories or lessons through stories that you teach. Do you think that's something you could do? I think you have the capacity to make lots of simple but helpful content. Yes, Jonathan, that's what I intend to do. Once I get set up for it and I have some time, I'm definitely going to do that. It's just a lot of times I'm working. I worked all week. You notice I didn't post a lot of videos, just a few short videos. I didn't make any longer for them. There's a lot of things I need to do to make it work. There's some editing. I'm working on getting a better computer. It's only a matter of time. It's like everything else. I find I'm not going to go into debt. I'm going to be patient. And again, YouTube is a hobby. This is not a source of income. I have yet to get one single penny from 17 years of YouTube videos. So I'm not going to do that. Since I'm too poor to donate to causes, I figured I'd start my own cause, have my own sort of morning get together for people that want to, just do something a little different. And there's a lot of YouTubers out there. I mean, you have YouTubers that have every single day, they're going to have a morning get together. But sometimes people, they get tired of the same person all the time. So they may try somebody else. In my group, I don't think I've ever had more than 60 people here. Most of the other ones get at least 150. And when you start getting into the hundreds of viewers, it becomes impossible to keep up with the comments. And you'll notice, like some of the bigger channels, you have the Homestead How channel. You have, what is it? Well, I mean, I'm on Chafee's channel because I'm moderator on the channel, but a lot of the other channels, when you get hundreds of people in there, you don't see me there anymore because you can't really participate. So what I do, I leave my space for the new people. Because a lot of times when somebody comes into something like a carnivore space, they're going to want to get into a big group. That way they feel like, well, they're doing the right thing. And once they've gotten the knowledge they need from the larger group, then they're going to look around. They may check out some of the interviews of the larger YouTuber and they go, oh, I identify with that person. And I've been interviewed by most of the channels, although I guess I have been interviewed by all of them. Some of the channels out there I haven't been interviewed. Now, obviously, there are channels I don't even watch, such as the Dr. Barry channel. A lot of people, it appeals to them because of his sort of country-esque way of doing things. But there's so many people in there. And with these large channels, unless you pay for your chat, no one's going to answer it. So this is the reason why I'm here. Notice I don't have any paid chat option because that's not something I'm trying to do. This is my gift to other people. They may see me on a channel. They may see me on Anthony Chafee's channel. They may have seen me on Dr. Baker's channel. They may have seen me in the Homestead How or his friend, that has a Carnivore Today. And there's all these other channels. You have a lot of the medium-sized and smaller carnivores that have interviewed me. And they say, well, who is this Rick guy? He's kind of interesting. I might want to check him out. And I'm one of the most unique carnivores because I've been carnivore since I was a teenager. I'm 6'6", which makes me the tallest carnivore of any YouTuber. I'm also the one that people associate with ducks and old cars and the 1950s and 60s and all these other time periods. When you think of a rotary phone ringing, this is the only channel where you'll find that. Eventually, I'll bring back my call-in line once I get the mixer fixed where I can actually listen to the phone line. So there's a lot of unique things here on this channel that you're not going to find on any of the other channels. All right, so why did your ducks run away? They ran away because the raccoons were eating them, eating their ducklings and chasing them away. So that's what it is. They run at you, not away from you. When they see me with food, they do come up to me. But again, the predators are an issue around here. I ate a lot of bacon fat. That's good. And DS111 says, I want a donut. In my world, donuts are something you do, not something you eat. Get on the ATV and do some donuts, or even in the Bobcat, you can do donuts. I understand. Okay. If I cook 1.5 pounds of bacon, it goes away quickly. Yes, it does. And he says, Rick's Saturday morning carnivore cartoon. There you go. He is a Wile E. Coyote. Super genius. Steak and Butter Gal had over 400 people on their live last night. I see Bella Steak and Butter Gal. Now, I don't know what the appeal is to her channel, but it seems to be popular. And I noticed that people collaborate with her. And you'll see when the Carnivore Space comes out, usually you'll hit one of the popular channels and then you try to get with somebody on there. And I think that a lot of these popular carnivores, they'll associate with other people. Now, I've had a few moderately popular carnivores invite me onto their stream, although that seems to have, it comes and goes. It's one of those things. I think a lot of times it's all about marketing. So some people will invite you on your stream because you're interesting and you have some good information. But I think most people, they basically do it as a way of attracting more subscribers. And then that way that gets, you can market. And most of these people, they sell some type of product, a flavored salt, or maybe some type of carnivore snack, or, there's, what else do they have? They may sell meats or whatever. So everyone's trying to sell something. Some people just have an Amazon link. Now, I don't buy from Amazon. I try to avoid it. I hate, I don't like Jeff Bezos. He has a house here in Miami, and I consider him a parasite, just like a lot of them. So if I can do my best to avoid giving him money, I'll do that. If I want to buy cheap Chinese crap, I'll just send it over there to China, hit Alibaba or what's the other one? Made in China or that Temu. I've gotten stuff from Temu. But again, this is going to the foreign parasites. So I don't know. But if I can get something from a trash pile or yard sale, it's already been bought. I get it. Yard sale's the best. I used to go yard sailing on Saturday morning, but now that I do this stream, I can't really do that. So that's it. So anyway, let's see. Now, we got a lot of comments. We got 42 people. That isn't bad. I mean, seriously, I've been on live streams that only had 5 people. Okay, so don't like crowded chats. Yes. And that's the reason why those of us that have small channels, we feel a need. I do Bart's, Stevens, and Rick's. Now, see, Jonathan knows where the good information is. Bart K has a lot of good information, although a lot of people may not like his style. And by the way, he lives in a rural property now, and he has ducks too. So he's one of the quacks. Steven, if you've ever seen Steven, or as he's known as Coach Steven, he has a lot of guests. I was also interviewed by him on his channel. Knowledgeable man. He had a history of what he thought was healthy living, which turned out to be unhealthy. Switched to the carnivore diet. He's in his 60s. If you see him, you'll be impressed. And then you have Rick the quack. He's got nothing really good to offer. He's just for entertainment. Okay. Yeah, too much going on in the chat goes by too fast. That's the problem with the big, big channels. We like to see the Matchbox selections so prominently displayed. Well, a lot of this stuff, I collected a bunch of this when I was a kid. It's been on the wall. That stuff's been there. I think a couple have been there for decades. Others I just stuck there that I found. Charger Mopar, Super Carnivore. There you go. Bella's channel is always the same. I moved on. That's it. Now, again, those popular channels are good for the new people, but it's like anything else. It's like the Bible talks about. You have milk for the babies and solid food for the adults. You may have, for a while it works, but you get bored with it. And then when you're in this group of people, and then people are always asking, should I eat this? Should I do this? Blah, blah, blah. And I get tired of it too, Oh, I have this health problem. I have that problem. What should I do? Why don't you go on the internet, try Bing or Google or DuckDuckGo or your search of choice and see what you can find. Maybe learn how to read some of these research papers or do what Rick did. Just try it out. See what works. It's not rocket science. Oh, it could be. Model rockets were fun. I used to love building and playing with those, but I wouldn't consider that rocket science. But yeah, you get tired of the same thing. And Craig Smith has another joke. And if you don't know him, his style is basically humor. You'll see him also on Bob's channel. If you're not familiar with semi-retired Bob, that's another person that interviewed me. He doesn't do a lot of interviews, but he has his daily videos. And he is the real heart attack man because he had heart disease when I was supposed to get it. And you can see, he's in his 60s now. He's looking better. Doesn't look like he's 40-something. He looks old, but he's healthy. And that's the beauty of it. The carnivore diet isn't going to reverse. You're not going to become young again. You're still old. If you're 60 and you start the carnivore diet, if you're 50, you're not going to be 25 again. It's impossible. Remember entropy. You can't reverse aging. You can slow it down a little bit, but you can't reverse it. So the thing is, you're going to look old. I mean, guess what? You're 60, 70 years old, you're going to look old. It's impossible. You ain't going to live to 120, not in the world that we live in. But if you're 80 years old and you have no aches and pains and you're still active, who cares if you look old? You're going to feel good. You'll feel like you're 25. You won't look like it. And if anybody knows an 80-year-old that looks like a 25-year-old, I want to meet that person because I'll change my theory. Okay, and Craig Smith says, okay, I have 2 cats. Can I mail you the poop? Well, if you were local, I mean, by the time it gets here, it'd probably be fermented already. But if you're local, you can simply bring it over and dump it into the poop bin, which I have out front. And then I take it to the back and I dump it into the IBC tote, which is used to ferment gas. So, all right, Love Bar K and Eddie Goki. Eddie Goki is the junior version of RK. This kid, he was in pretty rough shape according to his story, and he used the carnivore diet to become healthy and active again. Again, you see people that have a lot of problems, people that are basically suffering, and the carnivore diet helps them. And you know what? That's a good thing. Okay. I can't. I have a cat is my feeble excuse nowadays. Bella. She had to go and get a rhinoplasty, it looks like. Well, if they're getting cosmetic surgery, I have an ugly nose myself, and I don't care about that because it has nothing to do with the quality of the person inside. If you're a good quality person, even if you have an ugly face. Now, I always tell everybody, even if you have an ugly face, if you have a nice body, I think most people are still going to look up to you. There's a couple of health influencers out there. They have great bodies, but their face is ugly. Who cares? I don't know. And I think a lot of times when someone tries to be too perfect, they end up looking like a freak. Because again, AI or automation, it basically strives to get everything consistent. But in the real world, the world of entropy, the world that we live in, you're going to have a lot of variations, and that's what makes you unique. Even my little kitty cat, you know, you say all black cats are the same. No, there's a difference. This little guy, he's got a couple of white spots on him. His paw's a little different. He is a beautiful cat, I have to admit. Oh, you're a sleepy cat, aren't you? But there's no animal that's perfect either. You know, anyone that loves Muscovy ducks like I do, people call them ugly. I think they're cute. So there's nothing wrong with having little imperfections. What's wrong is when you have mental issues and then you start seeing those imperfections as affecting your self worth. You know, Rick's theory is this: if the people around you don't see you as being, valuable or good because of the way you look, instead of going to the plastic surgeon, you need to change your friends. That's the key, because sooner or later, you're going to be ugly. If you live long enough, you will be ugly. There is no way around it. That's the way it is. You know, we think babies are cute, but they're basically kind of ugly in perspective. But we think they're cute because they're ours. And, but as they grow up, they reach their peak and then get old. But that's part of the fun of being alive, because by the time that you're old and ugly, you have the personality and experience and the things to make up for it. So no one's going to say, well, my grandma is pretty. They're going to say, well, my grandma's cute, or I love my grandma. She's awesome. But they're not going to say, well, she's a supermodel. She's a grandmother. We don't look at older people as something glamorous and, sexy. We look at them as a resource. These are people that raised us. These are people that built the things that we have, people that helped develop technology. These are people that we can look to for experience. So why would you want to change that old vintage look of a person that's aged? Now, again, when you see an old guy, he's got gray hair, he's got an old face, but then he works out, he's got a good body. You got to respect that. I mean, come on. What is that? That old guy strength or whatever they call that? When you see a person in their 60s or 70s that has a good physique and no gut, that's impressive right there. So I would rather see somebody that looks like that than see somebody with plastic surgery. You see these guys out there with the shoe polish hair, they color their hair. Look, my hair is not colored, it's natural. I don't even have lard in it today. I haven't put any in it. Sometimes I give it heavy on the lard, but not today. And for that question, I saw here somebody mentioned something about um, if I could put lard or tallow on my skin. I don't know where the comment went, but I did see it. And yes, I use lard and tallow on my skin all the time, and I think it has a very beneficial effect. Okay, I lose patience. All right, what do we got here? Grounded in hex. I started having a case of food poisoning. Uh-oh. In bed last night. I took charcoal, and that seems to be helping good, but I'm afraid to drink too much liquid. Any suggestions? I've never experienced food poisoning, so I wouldn't know, but maybe somebody in the comments would know. Because, again, I mean, the charcoal is supposed to reduce the bacteria that cause food poisoning, I know, secrete toxins. And taking the charcoal absorbs the toxins and allows you to poop them out. So, and I know in some cases vomiting can help, other cases it makes it worse. But that's a medical issue. I really don't know what you can do, but all right. Okay, really? She is so pretty? Yeah, I don't know why she would do that. I lose patience really with these same questions. People often want confirmation bias. Yes. Then he usually follows with something expert says. But Sean O'Mara says, hey, again, everybody has their opinions. In the end, you're the one that has to make a decision. Now, the question is, does your Charger have 426 or 440? I do not have a 426 Hemi. They were already hard to get when I started looking for these cars, but I do have a couple of 440s. And yes, so the Charger that I was driving had 440. Another one had 383. The one that's sitting over here in the side yard that's junk, that has a 383. I'll start showing some of those in the future. And Jonathan says, to which I say yes. But who has a superior physique despite an enormous handicap? Well, we know exactly who that is because he is the one making the statement. I I think so. Really, good health is like being a millionaire. Yes, it is. I agree. You know, and Jonathan agrees too. The ultimate currency, cellular currency. Interesting. Okay, his charger has a DNS. Did not start. Sometimes it did, though. I never thought you had a nose deformity, my friend. For what it's worth, I can't notice. Well, that's good because, it's not really a deformity. I think it's more mixed heritage. I'm part French and German and Spanish and, Hungarian. So you get a little of everything. All right, a lot of times their eye color can be different. I've seen people that had two different eyes. I've had cats that had two different eye colors. That's fine. Who cares about that? Rick, are you an only child? Yes, I am the only one. My parents were 38 when they had me. They had difficulty getting pregnant. It might have been because of all the health food my dad was eating. I'm not sure what it was. They were married in the late 50s and they didn't have me till 1968. So, hey, what can you say? And when my mom was pregnant, she didn't even know I was pregnant until it had been, I think, 6 months or something like that. And she wasn't feeling great. So that's what happened. So there's a story behind that. I need to make a video on that as well. Okay. When I came home from the British finals, the only thing I heard from my mom pointing at my belly button and asking, what's wrong with it? I've always had an Audi. Again, those things happen. Seinfeld, the ugly baby episode. Yeah. I never even watched Seinfeld, but I know a lot of people that did. One of the sayings that came from that show, I think it's yada yoda or whatever they call it. I always say that. I never understood it, but that's where it came from. Yada yada, I don't know. Something like that. All right. You never noticed before. And Jonathan says, old man muscle. That is correct. When you see that, that's pretty amazing. Audis are freaks. I'm 66. I've got old man muscle. But I work hard to get it. Well, you should make some videos on that because you don't have any videos on your channel. Rick, do you eat organs? What do you eat? Meat, butter, eggs, and I ate liver. I ate raw liver a lot when I was younger. I haven't had liver in about a year or so because it's not on sale anymore. I used to be able to get it for 69 cents a pound. Now it's like $3 or more a pound. So I haven't had liver in a while, but I did have liver constantly, and I do like liver. So, and meat, butter, eggs, I eat any kind of meat I can get. I used to eat butter. I stopped eating it when it got too expensive. Eggs, I'm down to 2 eggs a day because they're too expensive. So that's it. Is your junk charger salvageable or is it toast? The body is completely rusted out. Mechanically, it's good. It was running. What I will do, I will cut it up with a Sawzall, and then I have other chargers that I can rebuild. I'm going to keep all the rusted parts, and then that way in the future, if I ever decide if I have a lot of money, then I can go ahead and buy the pieces to build a new one. I mean, I still have the title for it. So I'm not going to scrap it, but I am going to cut it up. And I have other chargers that I cut up in the past. I have parts stuffed in my garage. So when the time comes and I move and I have room to work and I have an actual shop, I can build a couple of more of them. But yeah, it's just kind of sitting there. It's under a tarp to keep it from totally rusting out. But anyway, so what else do we have here? Hi, Rick. Once a week man is here. Just finished work. Glad I caught you. Diesel Day. My Labrador is called Diesel. Well, there you go. Well, Diesel Day is because I got the engine, and I'm going to have to make some videos on that. I'm going to look around. I think I may have a flywheel I can put on it and try to put a starter on it, see what the compression is. But yeah, then I'm going to compare it to the old engine so you can see how bad the old one was. Okay, Aaron is leaving. Movie Goats, bye everyone. I have to go. I'm going to try and go live later today, depending on the toddler. Have a great day. Well, I'll try to catch you later today if you're there. So it's good. Jonathan says, see you. I will try to watch Aaron. I would not want to see the contents of Rick's garage. Well, I made a short video that kind of shows what my garage looks like. It was one of my most popular shorts. I've been called a hoarder, whatever. But you have to realize when you have as much old stuff as I do, you collect what you can. When you see people throwing out stuff that you can use for parts, you collect it. And some of that stuff I've had for over 30 years. You are not going to find a junk 69 to 68 to 70 Charger anymore. Every one of those cars that exist today has been junked or is going to be restored. So even the biggest rust bucket pile of crap, if it still has a title, someone's going to try to build it. Because the problem is that all the new cars today are garbage. And people want something that's unique. They want something attractive. You're not going to get it from the dealer. Now, you can talk yourself into thinking that that big plastic turd is attractive. But when it comes down to it, it's nothing but a bubble with a chemical smell. I'll give you a good example. I was talking about garbage high rises. Well, they have a high rise called the Porsche Tower, which used to be, I think it was a Golden Nugget Motel. And then they tore down the Thunderbird Motel to build this garbage place called Bentley. Now, Bentley is supposed to be an expensive car, and it used to be a nice car. But if you've seen them around here, they're extremely ugly. They have all the personality of a Lexus, maybe even less. It's all plastic, it's cheap looking, it's expensive to buy, but it's a piece of garbage, and it's not even that fast. Some guy tried to pass me up in my crappy van, and I still passed him with a garbage van, with a beat up old engine and a fried transmission. I left him in a cloud of smoke, which I don't think he liked too much. He may have let off on the fuel, afraid that my engine was going to explode, but I used to do it all the time with my Charger. So these cars are just nothing special. So a lot of people will go and look for an old junk car, and if they can't find one that's in good shape, they'll find a clunker and they'll restore it. They'll spend a lot of money. People will spend more money fixing up an antique car than they would if they were buying a new one. And again, it's really a shame that the automakers are so controlled by the government that they refuse to build what people really want. Because all these automakers that are going out of business, I mean, think about Chrysler. They've been going out of business since the days of Lee Iacocca in the 1980s. The only thing that kind of helped them is when they brought back that new version of the Challenger and the trucks they were selling. Well, they got rid of that. I don't think they're going to make that Challenger anymore with that Hellcat engine. So what are they going to have? Overpriced, crappy trucks. I mean, most people, if they're going to buy a truck, they're going to buy a Ford or Chevy. They're not going to buy a Dodge or what they call it now, a Ram truck. They don't call it Dodge Ram anymore. They call it Ram. Well, it's a piece of garbage. So, Ram, and of course, who owns Chrysler? Fiat. Fix it again today. Fix it again, Tony. Biggest piece of crap you could ever imagine. So they'll go out of business, and of course, they'll get a government bailout again. General Motors, the same way. They went out of business. They got a bailout. So they're building a bunch of crap that nobody wants. And then, they wonder why nobody buys it. They charge way too much. So you got all these people buying up junk cars, restoring them, and that's fine. But when it comes to trucks, my old 1994 truck, it's not that rusty. My Dodge truck rusted until it disintegrated, so I had to get rid of it. But my Ford truck, it's got less rust. I'll fix it. Yeah, it's a Ford, but at least it looks better than anything they make now. So what I'm going to do is fix the engine, get my truck running. What I like about my old truck, it has a single cab, has a bench seat. There's no add-ons. There's no computer. Yes, I did put a radio in there that has a screen so I can play different files, but I think I paid $30 for it. And that's it. I have a backup camera, which is nice when you're hooking up the trailer. And that's it. If my diesel engine runs the way I want it to, what more could I want? There is a computer for the transmission, but there's no computer for the engine. If I go on a trip and it breaks down, I can fix it. So that's a good thing. So that's it. And, what are you going to do? Now, it is old, it's inefficient, but it is running on free fuel, so I can't go wrong. And I can also run it on diesel if I have to. The best thing about the old truck, even though it is slow, it's still faster than most cars. And a lot of times you get people with these lifted trucks, and they're really annoying. You get the lifted diesel truck, the thing's up in the air 12 inches, giant tires on it, a big smokestack sticking out of it. They like to get in front of you and smoke you out. Well, there's a little secret. When you have tires that big, your rolling resistance is higher. I got factory tires on my truck, little ones. My truck is lower to the ground. So when they're at the traffic light spooling up their turbo, I can just step on the gas. And I've been able to pass every one of these souped up diesel trucks. And because my truck is old and inefficient, it puts out a huge black smoke cloud. So you got these guys out there trying to show off how big their nuts are by passing me up and smoking me out. Well, they're the ones that get smoked out. And then they have to get behind this old beat up truck, which I think is kind of funny because my truck looks like a regular gas F 150. The F 250 fell off of it, the diesel fell off of it. It's just white. So when I'm driving around, you don't see a stack sticking out. You see the factory exhaust pipe. You think, oh, it's just a little old truck with a gas engine. But what they don't realize is that it's a big smoke producing disaster when you step on it. That's the thing about the old diesels. But anyway, so what do we got here? Okay. I will try to watch, Aaron. Yes, you should. I would not want to see the contents of the garage. I saw that. Watch 2 lives in the summertime. Yes. Do you expose yourself to the sun to get vitamin D when it's cold? It's never cold here, and I work outside, so I'm always in the sun. I'll be outside as soon as I finish this live stream. I got to work on my friend's truck that I was trying to do the valve cover gaskets on. And also a friend of mine, their air conditioner was leaking, so I have to go there and take care of that. I have a million things to do. I may have to cut this short to try to catch up. I've been looking for an old 70s Trans Am for years. Inflation has killed my hopes of owning. Yeah, no kidding. Eat my smoke. I've seen those stickers too. I wouldn't want a new pickup. The dashboards are so huge and hard to drive. You got that right. I don't think you are an EV man. Probably not, because I tend to buy vehicles when they're really old for junk value. And by the time an EV becomes junk, all the batteries are bad. It's like an old cell phone. You may be able to charge it and go 5 miles, and that's it. I'm not against EVs. For me, it just doesn't seem practical. I don't drive a lot. My vehicle can sit, like, my van has sat all week. I'll probably use it tomorrow to work, but the last time I drove it was last Sunday, and it sat all week. Can you imagine an EV sitting there without being charged? What can you do? Okay. All right. And Carnivore Dan says electrical charge transfers to the body. Better for grounding. All right. Sexy leg. Oh, boy. Skinny leg, you mean. And white as can be. I am surprisingly white for living in Miami. Did you ever vaccinate Milton? I did not. I did our cat only once when he moved in. No more. No, I haven't vaccinated him now. He hasn't been taken in to be fixed yet. So when he gets his nuts removed, I don't know what they're going to do to him. But none of my cats ever were vaccinated. I keep my cats inside except when I'm supervising them. So they never really catch anything. So as you can see, my cats become very spoiled. This was a feral kitten. And, my neighbor found him roaming around in the street, running in and out of traffic. So he was an outdoor cat, but he's turned into an inside cat. You can see he's just yawning. You're a good kitty, aren't you? Look at those little eyes. You're so cute. Yes. What a sweetheart. They may start off wild, but they come very, very friendly. Oh, now he's awakened. Hello, little guy. All right. That's a good thing about him. You can definitely, you definitely wake him up. He's a cute little guy. So anyway, things are going to improve. Things are going to get better here, I think, with that engine. Once I know whether the engine is good or bad. If it's bad, I'm going to take it apart and try to rebuild it. But my friend did assure me that it was running. Now, this is a friend of mine I've known since he was a kid. I think I've known his dad for over 40 years. So I remember when he was a kid. His brother was a baby, and he's also another friend of mine. And that's one of the great things about getting to know people that you really like and can trust, because then not only are you friends with them, but as their kids grow up, you become friends of them too. And sometimes they say, well, it's Uncle Rick, which is really ironic because when we've been together, I've been with my friend and 2 of his kids, and we've gone places. They said, "Oh, I see your dad is here." I'm like, "My dad? My dad died in 2012." "Oh, but your dad was there with your brothers." I'm like, "I don't have any brothers." But we call each other brothers anyway. I said, "Oh, okay. I know who you're thinking about." No, those are that's my friend. My friend's only 13 years older than me. He's not old enough to be my dad. We're friends. And, the kids. So what they did, his two sons, they said, "Well, the engine was $300. You don't have to pay us anything. This is a gift to you." And this is the kind of people I know. This is one of the reasons why I want to get back to the way I was with the business and extra money. So I can do the same thing for my friends when they have an issue. The only thing I can do now is provide my time and labor to solve problems. And I'm sort of like the resident expert that everybody calls when they have a problem. And I appreciate that. But it goes to show that when you have the right network of people, they're not trying to take from you. They want to make sure that you are able to live your life. Because once my truck went out of commission, my income producing potential decreased. Now I didn't stop. I was out there riding my bike doing electrical work, which I would have made a video on that, but I think it would have been laughed off the internet. And when you're dealing with quality products, a lot of times people will wait, and I found that to be the case. Now, speaking of quality products, I want to show you an example of poor quality. Now, as you know, I hate Walmart, but sadly, since they closed the Kmart, that's the only place you can really shop at around here. And as you know, I always have holes in my socks. So, about a month ago, I purchased. They had a package of the size 13 to 15 socks that I wear. So I thought, oh great, I'm going to get new socks. So I have the new socks on right now, and if you look at this, look at that. There's already a hole developing. So it goes to show what kind of quality materials are they using now that simply fall apart. My clothes get holes in them. And you'll notice that my pants are kind of short because finding pants that are long enough when you're 6'6" can be a bit of a challenge. And that's the reason why the leg is showing. All right. Okay, so it looks like the comments have stopped. So, we got over 2 hours now. Now, we almost hit 5 hours the last time. What I've noticed about these streams, we have a very popular person who is streaming right now, and he probably goes from 9:30 to 10:30 or 11. There's another stream that I sometimes watch that's 11. Now, last week we went till after 1. I have a million things I have to do, and one of them obviously is my engine. And I notice that my cat has been behaving really nicely. Yes. Am I bothering you? Nah, look at those eyes closed. He's just a good pet. Look at that little thing. That cute little nose there. Look at those little paws. He's so tame when he's asleep. Okay, Rosie Red says I'm still here. Well, that's good. Let's see how many we have. We have 37, and we were up to about 50 at one time. It's dropped down to 37, which is fine. And, basically what I'm not trying to do is outcompete everyone. So I'm not trying to say, well, you need to leave somebody else's live stream to come to Rick's live stream. This is a little different. What this is sort of like this is your alternative. Let's say you wanted to go to a restaurant. Let's say that there was a delicious barbecue place in your neighborhood, and you go there for years. It's a really nice place. You don't have to wait too long, plenty of parking spaces. And there's another barbecue place down the street, and it's the same thing. Well, the one you go to all of a sudden becomes featured on a TV show. Next thing you know, you got every parking space full. You got cars lined up down the street. You got people standing outside the line waiting to get the barbecue. But down the street, a mile away, you see parking lots kind of empty. And there's smoke coming out of the chimneys, so you know that they're still cooking there. So you're driving up to the popular place that you normally go to, and you say, you know what? I'm going to go down the street. I don't feel like waiting in line. So you go down the street. And then what happens? Well, there's plenty of parking space. And you say, well, the food must be bad. I'm not going to go in there. You walk in there and you see in the back they have the barbecue pit and the steaks are cooking and it smells good. And you go, it must be expensive. And I look at the price. Oh, it's actually cheaper. Hmm, I'm going to try this place out. And then you do. And you have a delicious steak. Maybe you have a T-bone, which is my favorite, or you have a ribeye. And you say, well, let's see what it tastes like. It's probably tough. It's probably still got marks where the jockey was hitting it. You take a bite, you go, this is good. I like the steak. I wonder how the chicken is. And you see the big cast iron pot full of beef tallow, and the chicken is ready to be cooked. And they're like, oh, wow, they have heart attack chicken. And you look around and you go, it's not a bad place. Look, they got a rotary phone on the counter. They got a mechanical cash register. Oh, wow, look at those light fixtures. Wow, I haven't seen ceiling tiles like that since I was a kid. They got jalousie windows. Why doesn't everybody come here? And then they say, well, okay, I've been going to the barbecue place up the road, and they're very popular now. They've remodeled. They put in white, gray and black. It's like, the food's good, but they raise the prices. I go down the street to this other barbecue place. It's like stepping back in time. The price is lower. The food is just as good, and there's not a lot of people there. This is my new favorite spot. And that's what happens. Now, the problem is that people don't think that way. Most people are attracted to action. So if they see a bunch of people going into a location, they're all going to try to flood in. And then what's going to happen is that location is going to get complacent. They're going to say, oh, heck, we got all these people coming here. We can cut corners. We can raise the price more. We can serve cheap meat. We can do all these things. And they take advantage of the people. And the people keep coming until, somebody else says, hey, wait a minute. There's a barbecue place down the street. I see people over there, and they start going there. Next thing you know, more people go there. And then you're going there. It's like, oh, business is getting better. And the owner says, my business is getting better. Maybe it's time for me to do the same thing. Then the owner goes and remodels, takes out all the paneling, changes, puts in that crappy drop ceiling with those recessed lights. Everything is white, black, and gray, or maybe they just leave the roof exposed. Then they start cutting back on the meat. It's like, well, I don't have to get the good stuff. I'll get the cheap crap. And then, oh, let's do this. Let's change that. Let's change the seats and all that. We can cram more people in here. And that's it. So, yeah, and don't forget, the restaurant originally had elevator music. Now they have to put this electronic crap that everybody else has. Well, now you go back there and guess what? The place is exactly the same as the other one. So you look around for another one. And that's what I see YouTube as. You get these groups together, eventually you get lost in the crowd. So you're going to go out there and look for somebody else who may be more in line with what you're looking for. Say, hey, I can go on this chat. I can ask questions. My questions will be noticed. I'm not going to be the popular one. I'm not going to be featured on some restaurant magazine. But on the other hand, I'm going to get good food and I'm going to enjoy myself. So, and that's what I'm saying about the YouTube. It's kind of a shame that people do tend to concentrate on certain places like here in Miami. All the people that want to live here and they're willing to lower their living standards to live in an apartment rather than living in a nice place somewhere else. So instead of being maybe with a few other people, you're going to be in a building with hundreds of people. And the thing is, when you have all these people in one place, the attitude is not the same. Go to any of these high rises. No one's going to help you. If you fell down, the best you can hope for is they call 911. But if you live in a rural area, you drive down the road, most of the time, this is what you get. When you drive down on the road in Miami, this is what you get. So you can tell the difference a lot by what it looks like and what you get. All right, let's see. Okay, I like your variety of topics. Well, that's what I'm here for. Most restaurants have mind-numbing music on and too loud. Yes. We seek restaurants with no overhead music. Hate loud noise during mealtime. Yes. New barbecue story. Sounds like Detroit auto industry. Very sad. That is true. That's exactly what happened. Did you ever eat at Las Cuervas del Sacramonte? I'd never even heard of it, and I don't eat out. The only places I've ever eaten were Sweden House Smorgasbord, Chinese Food Garden, Duff's, which became Stacy's Buffet, and my friend Russ took me to the Rodizio Brazilian Steakhouse. That was well, I actually went to another one back in the early 2000s called Fuego Vivo, which I had one of my business customers take me there because they knew that I love beef and meat. And so, yeah, those are kind of nice. I don't like regular restaurants because there's certain things that I don't like. First of all, I don't like waiters and waitresses. I find that to be um, off putting. I don't like people bringing me my food. You see, with my tradition, I like to catch and cook my own food whenever I can. But if I can't do that, I like to select the meats. Now, I do like the idea of the Brazilian steakhouse because all they do, they take something that looks like a sword and it has the meat on it, and then they'll cut it and you can pick it off of there. So I don't mind that. I think that's actually kind of neat. But I don't like the idea of having waitresses, waiters, or what they call servers because I don't want to be served. I don't like the idea of service. This is why I don't hire electricians or plumbers or anyone. I build my own stuff because I don't want to have servants. I want to do everything myself. Now, in terms of manufacturing and so on, yes, I do the work myself. I do repairs, I build things and so on, and that's fine. But I am perfectly capable of standing up and getting my own food. Why do I have to get somebody else to get it for me? And if it's like at a cafeteria, if you want to have restaurant food, just go to a cafeteria, walk down the line. We used to have a lot of cafeterias here, and then you don't have to have someone taking an order. But I like the buffet concept. And if I had my way, if I did open a restaurant, I would probably open my own version. I might even revive the Sweden House Smorgasbord with the exact same style, the buffet. The only thing is, I would skip the duck food. Well, actually, I would still have duck food, yes. If I had a buffet, because, I mean, duck food is cheaper than meat, it would be carnivore focused, but it would be sort of like, you have to find a way of keep people from wasting your meat. They don't want to take too much. So it could be a combination of things. You could have like they had the guy with carving the meat, and then you stand there and get little pieces of meat. And then you can go around and pick fruits and vegetables. But my buffet would not have any processed food. So there would be no spaghetti, any kind of pasta. There'd be no bread. I might put rice in there just because rice is, although it's a processed food, it's a whole food. Um, I would definitely have fruits and vegetables. There would be a salad bar, 100%. I would have it in my restaurant. I'd call it, the Quack Shack or something like that. Have like little wooden shingles like they used to at the Sweden House. And then have like a square area with all the salads and the fruits and the vegetables and all that and call it the Quack Shack. Just something cute. I don't have a problem because you know me, I give fruits and vegetables freely from my yard. I do not have a problem with people eating native fruits and vegetables or even cultivated ones. It doesn't bother me. I just don't want to see them eating processed crap. So there would be no dessert bar. What would be the dessert bar would be the Quack Shack. You can go, you can eat meat, and you're going to have low carbohydrate vegetables, and then you'll have fruit. And that's it. I don't know how popular it would be. It might be popular with people like us, but that's it. Even Paul Saladino, he would like my restaurant if I made one. I just have to put a honey dispenser in there to keep him happy so he can pump the honey out onto everything that he has. But yeah, my restaurant, you know, I mean, maybe I wouldn't call it Sweden House. I might call it, the Duck House or the Duck Pond or whatever. And Sweden House used to have a fake wishing well in front of it. I would have a little duck pond, bunch of Muscovy ducks waddling around in there, and then the inside would be the same way with the wood paneling, the same kind of light fixtures, ceiling, the small chairs. The Sweden House always had small chairs, and it was funny when a fat person would go there, they'd have to sit on two chairs because there were those little Scandinavian style chairs. I'd have the same thing because, unless Dr. Sean Baker happened to come over, there wouldn't be too many large people coming into my restaurant. And of course, it'd have a big neon sign around it that was animated, typical Rick style. I think it'd be kind of an interesting restaurant. It would be, it might even be a tourist attraction. I don't know. Just think of something from the 50s, something with a big roof that sticks out like a big triangle where you can drive up, lights all over the place, neon, and then some little, like all these places had some type of gimmick. You know, they had like camels or they had a pyramid or they had other stuff. Well, mine would be ducks. I'd have a duck pond out front with the parking lot, have like a round area with ducks in it and a fence so the ducks don't get run over. And that's it, you know, and then have like a, like I said, the quack shack for the duck food. I think that'd be neat. And then in my restaurant, it wouldn't be like, don't feed the ducks. You'd be encouraged if, you wanted to buy some duck food. There'd be a duck food dispenser. You can go out there and buy some duck food, or maybe just give it to them. That would be really funny. And I know that families would love to go to a place like that because between all the ducks and the ducklings and sort of that, kind of 50s, 60s kind of eclectic thing, I think it would be kind of fun. Because nowadays, all the restaurants, they're boxes. And then inside, they typically just have like an exposed structure or a stupid drop ceiling. And then there's a bunch of noise in there. People are always yelling. You can't, it sounds like an echo. It's like going inside a Home Depot. So that's not, that would not be the way it is. And of course, if it's Rick's restaurant, there would be no waiters or waitresses. There would be simply somebody to clean the tables, and the customers would be encouraged to throw the scrap food into the duck pond. So basically, whatever's left over, you just put it into a container, and then somebody could take it outside to the back to the duck area and just feed the ducks with it. I'm sure the health department would make a fuss about it, but then again, you could always have another lot next door and call it the petting zoo and have all your animals. You might have some pigs and ducks and whatever else, that they can eat the stuff. Maybe a cow. So when the salad gets wilted and it's no good anymore, there's going to be kale in my buffet, lots of kale, because that's going to decorate all around just like they used to in the old days. So there'll be kale to decorate the buffet, especially the salad bar. And when that kale goes bad, it goes right out to the cows. You know, that'd be kind of interesting. That's just the way I look at things. A lot of people, they're trying to make things look as expensive as possible because they overpaid for the land. They spent a lot of money building a business, and now they got to overcharge people, try to scam them. But my restaurant would be more like you go there to enjoy your food, and you go there to enjoy the people that are around you, if you can. So you want to keep it quiet. And like in the old days, they used to have these bench seat booth things, have some of them in there, like they used to have at the old Red Lobster, which is long gone, of course. And they had a place called the New England Oyster House. That was another restaurant I remember. In fact, I had somewhere around here. Oh, yeah, I have it right here. See if I can find it. It's show and tell time. All right. When I was a kid, they used to give you stuff like this. And this is the back side of it. It's like one of those where you can kind of draw it together. And you can see I tried to draw it back then. Get a load of these prices. This was in the 1970s. And if you're not familiar with the restaurant, this is the name of it. New England Oyster House. Another place we used to go to, which was around the corner, is this. If you lived in South Florida, you probably are familiar with Royal Castle. There's actually one of them still left. There were two a few years ago, but now there's one. And it's in a bad neighborhood, which is usually what happens when these places go under. A lot of times, the one that's in the bad neighborhood survives because the real estate is cheaper. Rent is one of the main reasons why restaurants go out of business. They have to go into so much debt to set up, and if they don't get constant customers, then they fail. But stuff like this was pretty typical. And I do have the stuff for the Sweden house here somewhere, but it's neat when you get to keep stuff like this because people don't believe me. And they had a little like an elastic on it, and you put this thing on your face, and I guess it does look kind of funny when you think about it. It's got the little thing you can put your nose through there. Interesting. People were more creative back then, and fast food places started doing that. That was before they had, the diarrhea Happy Meal or whatever they call it, that McDiarrhea. So, yep. All right. So let's see what we got here. You can eat in complete darkness in London. All the waiters are blind. You can't see what you're eating. Interesting. Probably eating nothing too. Yeah, right. Might be duck food, but you can taste it. I hate dimly lit restaurants so much. Oh, thank God for my phone flashlight. Yeah, they have that too. The Sweden house used to have a lot of windows. I don't like restaurants without windows, and that's the way most of them are now. So they are dimly lit. Okay. Let's see. The waiters hold your hand to guide you to your table. That could be okay, unless your waiter is male, in which case you might go, is it one of those restaurants? Maybe it's a South Beach thing or Wilton Manors. Rosie Red says, Rick, I'm going to your restaurant. I hope you do. If I ever get to build one, that would be very interesting. I think it would be unique. Cranky Carnivore Cutler. Oh, you're here. Good. On my payday Costco trip, I was going to splurge on chicken wings. Before I got there, I saw they had duck for $3.17 a pound. Wow. So I got one. Wings were also $3.19 a pound. So I just got another. I don't know where you're getting duck that cheap. I wish I could get duck that cheap. Duck here is like $6 a pound or more. I put it in my videos how expensive it is. The only place I can afford duck here is a canal. So I have to go there with some bread and a net if I want duck. All right, we have a blind restaurant in Amsterdam as well. Huh. I thought when I see some restaurant food supply delivery trucks with the phony picture on the trailer restaurant kitchen working together, kind of looking like male and female models. Yeah, we know what restaurant workers really look like. They're low paid, so they're not going to look like that. That cracks me up. That's right. I see that even in some restaurant advertising. You can use a paper mask to rob your next bank, Rick. That's funny. Not joking. There's a Long John Silver fast food seafood place. Transition to an all-you-can-eat. What do you know? Inside Indian cuisine. Huh. Yeah, the last Long John Silver here, I think, was torn down to build a store. Yeah, duck here is around $25 a kilogram. See? Jonathan's got the expensive duck like we do here. I wish I lived over there. My lineage is Swedish. Okay. Yeah. So that's interesting. Oh, speaking of Swedish, you remember the Swedish chef? Work, work, work. The Swedish chef cooked all kinds of things, including duck. The problem is the duck ended up dropping something on his head. I think he tried to make pressed duck. He also tried to cook turtle soup, but the turtle was well armed. So I think the turtle blew him away. And yeah, the duck one was funny because whack, whack, the duck was flying and then bam. Okay, Rosie Red. Rick, if you were to relocate, where would you consider to live? I don't know yet. I just want to live somewhere, I guess, where one of my friends lives. I got to check out their areas. That's what I want to do once I get my truck running. And possibly, I don't know if it's going to be in Florida or out of Florida. The real estate bubble should be ending very soon. So I doubt that I'm going to stay here because we've already reached overfilled status. There's too many people here. So it's going to have to be further upstate. But I'm going to look for an area that's rural where I can spend more time, where I can actually see farms. You don't see any farms here no matter where you go. No matter where you drive, it's always development. There are no empty lots. There's one empty lot left in the entire neighborhood, and it just sold. So you know that pretty soon it's going to be at least 6, 7, 8 houses crammed in there. That's the way they do it. You got to stuff them in to make money. All right. We could trade places, Carnivore Dan. Sweden is way more beautiful. Are you sure? I am in America. Shit show, but everyone thinks things are going to be great. We are looking to relocate. New Smyrna Beach is crowded. If you're in Florida, especially near the coast, you're overfilled now. The suckers have poured in from all over the world, and it's done. Now, you have to realize when I was a kid, most people I know wouldn't want to live that close together. My mom told me every time that she looked at homes, well, they're too close together. But now, people are from really low end areas, they don't mind. They have nothing, you know. Okay. Rick, check out Inverness, Florida. I haven't been there in years. The last time I looked at it, it was not that populated. But who knows? I have a lot which is in Hendry County, which is sort of in the middle of nowhere, but I'm still getting all these ads from people that they want to buy property there because everyone's trying to make money. You know, everybody wants to buy something cheap when someone's distressed. But we'll see. Once I get my truck running, I have plans to get around and see what's going on. Okay. I don't think Elon and me would get along. We are in Florida. Our little tourist town, New Smyrna Beach, was 15,000 20 years ago. Now pushing 40,000 bumper to bumper. See what I mean? What happens is they come to the big cities first. The big cities overflow, and then they go to whatever's nearby. Places that they didn't look at before all of a sudden become attractive. Now, what eventually happens is that people will leave the big city, and I know they're supposed to be cracking down on the illegal immigration. We have millions of those in Florida. If they leave, that'll take some of the pressure off. But you still have a lot of people from the north that came here and from other parts of the world, including Europe. I mean, there's parts of Miami that are full of Russians and Ukrainians. They're all over the place, like in that Sunny Isles Beach. They've invaded that area. Well, maybe if they end the war, they might go back. I don't know. But I think a lot of them don't like the cold weather, so they come here to be hot. However, if we do get a hurricane, it's only a matter of time before we get a major hurricane. There's going to be a lot of damage, and the power will be off for a very long time. Try living in South Florida without electricity for a few days, and you will understand the torture that goes with it. I've lived without air conditioning for years. It is not fun. But even me, living without air, I have to have electricity to power the fan. Have you ever tried to sleep when it's 88, 85 degrees at night and the humidity is over 80%? It's impossible. All you do is sweat and suffer. And if you want to go outside to cool off, don't worry. The mosquitoes and other insects, they're coming for you. And they're going to make your life totally miserable. So the only way to survive here, open the windows, make sure your screens are good, put 2 large fans, and hope that you don't get, your sinuses dried out from all that air blowing on you. So that is one of the things that we have to deal with. Anyway, okay, let's see. I started in Stuart, Florida, and now in Broward. I want to get out of here as well. I don't blame you. If you're here, especially in the Tri-County area between Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, it's all overflowing. I mean, Palm Beach, you still have places that don't have a lot of people, but they're the places that nobody wants to live, such as Pahokee or South Bay or Belglade. Those are the worst places in South Florida. High crime, rundown, and not even that cheap. I mean, some places are cheap, but it's basically a ghetto. No one wants to live there unless you have no choice. Okay. We came down from upstate New York when we retired. Now thinking maybe going back. Yeah. Towns are not crowded. Hopefully, Trump government will make NY less expensive. I haven't been to New York State in a long time. I did have a friend that had a farm over there, his family. I thought it was a very nice place. I went in the summer. I was impressed. Even New York City, although it was, this was back in the 90s, it did have a little bit of a rundown effect. I thought it was kind of neat. There was a lot of character there. I wouldn't want to live in the city, but now it's extremely expensive and it's a hellhole. And, I don't know, but hopefully New York State, a lot of people have left. I mean, you could see where they used to have those resorts, Catskills and all that were abandoned, places that just no one lives at. I guess whatever you do, don't go to Love Canal. But if you can find a good spot, that may be the way to go. I mean, obviously, people talk a lot about how cold the winters are, but when you're retired, I don't think that's really an issue. You don't have to go back and forth to work. What's wrong with having a little winter weather? People here stay inside all day. There's a lot of retired people, they never leave the house except to drive to the store. And if you're a carnivore and you stock up with meat, you don't have to go anywhere. I got a friend that lives in Minnesota. He doesn't leave unless he has to. He may stay in the house for a week or more. Of course, got a big mansion over there with bowling alley and pool table and everything. And they have friends that come over. But I don't think it's that bad. Now, because he has money, he actually built a greenhouse. The greenhouse is like 25 by 50, I think. It's like the size of my yard. And he's got fruit, he's a carnivore, but he does have some bananas in there, and he's got trees, palm trees, all kinds of stuff. So he can go out there, set up his lawn chair, go in his little shorts and pretend like he's on the beach in Florida, even though it's minus 10 degrees outside. So there's really no reason to come to Florida. I think a lot of it is just sort of that follow the leader thing. Everybody goes one place, everybody follows. Just like that illustration I said about the restaurant. People tend to go where other people are. They want to be part of the group. But, if you can find a better place, that's great. Carnivore Dan, I evacuated to South Georgia, a poor, tiny black town where I can afford to live. There you go. That's it. Albany, Georgia. Lots of deer. Saw an 8-point. Yep. And you got people like in Alabama. You see the guy Carnivore Kip. He lives in a kind of isolated part of Alabama. There's nothing wrong with living in the middle of nowhere or living in some tiny town if you can afford to live there. You don't have to go into debt. Wages are really not that much different. You come to Miami, and the wages are often just as low as they are in some tiny little town. In fact, if you try to get a job in labor or something like that here, they don't pay practically anything. But if you go to some of these other small towns, they actually pay the same or more, and living is a lot cheaper. So I don't understand it. It's just, again, people tend to go where other people go. That's the problem. All right. That's true for me nowadays. Carnivore and I stay home if I'm not working or buying meat and eggs. Exactly. When you buy meat, especially if you're in a rural area, you could stock up. You could buy 100 pounds or more of meat. It'll last you for a while. When I move, I'm going to get a walk-in cooler out of a restaurant that goes out of business. I'm going to keep all my meat in there. I'm thinking of buying the whole animal and then killing and carving it up myself. Then that way I can have not only the meat, but all the extra parts that I can make pet food out of for my little monster. Plus I'll have the leather that I can tan and use for making shoes or even furniture. The great thing about cattle, you have all those bones and all this other material. I can cook that into a bone broth. I can get the bone marrow out of it. I harvest a cow. I may have to spend a couple days processing everything, but it's going to save me all those trips to the store. So what do I really need? If I harvest a whole animal and I have my own chickens and ducks and iguanas or whatever else I have, what do I really need? Do I need to go to the store every day? No. Do I need to buy stuff? No. I haven't been to a department store since Sears was a thing. I don't need that. I mean, if I want to buy clothes, I guess I could go to the store. I could hit the thrift store, or I could buy stuff online. We don't need all this shopping. It doesn't make sense. And that's what they do here. They build these apartments with shopping centers For what? I just don't see the point. Unless you have a lot of disposable income. And with the jobs as low paying as they are here, it's no wonder that all the first floor apartment stores are empty because no one can afford them. All right, let's see what other comments we have. You feel safe. That's true for me nowadays. Yep. If I had to work in a meat department or harvest my own cows, I might lose my appetite for eating meat. Well, I guess I've harvested my own meat long enough that I'm kind of used to it. Florida symbolizes freedom for people stuck in a failing state with ever increasing taxes and bad public schools. Well, Florida also has ever increasing taxes and bad public schools. The property tax here is more than your mortgage. And that's because of all the idiots coming here driving up the property value. Oh, sure. But I feel the anger being a minority here. Let's see. Terrible customer service. I get ignored in a drive-through twice. I don't think I've ever, well, I mean, I've been in a drive-through with other people, but I never saw the sense of a drive-through, I have to admit, but I'm kind of backwards because I like a drive-to. Most people look for the drive-through. I go to drive-to. Now, what's the difference between a drive-through and a drive-to? Drive-through is the side of some building where you drive in, you talk like this, you're trying to read some stupid menu that changes all the time. And then when you get to the next window and you give them your money, you open up a bag and then you realize all the things they did wrong. Then you have to argue with them, and a lot of times park, walk inside the establishment and show what they did wrong. Or like a lot of people, you just take it with you and then you open it up while you're driving and eat and have crap all over the place. Well, Rick's drive-to is totally different because in a Rick's drive-to, you have a cooler that has all the meats that you want inside of it. And you're going on a road trip. So what you do, you select the proper pot for cooking. Now, if you use one of Rick's manifold pots, it hugs the top of the manifold, it clamps it down, and you simply put your meat in there with a little water and salt if you want it. And then you put it on top of the manifold, engage the clamp, put the lid on it, and you start your engine. Now, if you're going to visit your friends upstate, you have 4 hours or more to drive. So if you're going to make a short trip, maybe down to the Keys, which is like an hour and a half, you're going to go for thinner slices of meat. But if you're going to go for a roast, you can make a long trip. You can stick the roast in there. You can even do a brisket in there. So all kinds of options. And the drive-to is great because unlike the drive-through, where you have to go in line and talk like this, you can sing as you listen to your music, or you can enjoy the relaxing tone of elevator music as you drive down the road, waiting for the next crackhead to try to cut you off. And as you get close to your destination, you begin to smell a delicious scent. You're thinking, is there a tasty restaurant around here? But instead of like a restaurant where the scent comes and then goes away, on a drive-to, the scent gets stronger and stronger until your taste buds are just waiting for the delicious meal that's coming. And from experience, you pretty much know when you're at the peak of flavor. So you'll find a place to stop. It could be a parking lot or it could be the side of the road. If it's the side of the road, you make sure you get as far off the road as possible so you don't get run into. And then you simply open the hood, or as I call it, the oven, and take a look inside and listen. And you'll hear the sizzling. You hear that and you smell, you say, not bad. Well, if you think it's good, you'll have to get the vice grips and then twist the latch, lift up the lid on your cooking pot, and look inside. Take a good whiff and take your tongs and kind of move it around. If the meat seems to be ready to go, you're ready to eat. If not, put the clamp back down and get back in your vehicle and drive another 10, 15 miles and stop again. And eventually, it will be ready. Now, if you're smart and you find a place where you can stop that's under a tree, usually in a parking lot of maybe a store or whatever, Walmart usually has no trees, but you can go to like a Publix or you can go to a Winn-Dixie or whatever. Just find an older shopping center, park far away from the store under the tree, and enjoy your lunch. And while you're there, make sure that you visit the grocery store and check out the meat section, see if they have any markdowns. A lot of times they will. Maybe a Save a Lot or one of these other stores. Or You Save is what they have upstate. And you go there and you get some meat that's cheap. Maybe it's frozen, maybe it's not. You bring it to your cooler, put it inside, and that'll be good for the next meal. And that's all there is to it. You don't have to worry about, did they spit in your food? Are there roaches in the restaurant? You don't care about that. All you care about is how your oven is running. And when you have VA power, cast iron manifolds, you got some good cooking going on there. And that's what it is. Rick's Drive 2. It's not a drive-through, it's a drive-to. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right. Oh, I feel the anger of being a minority here. Terrible customer service. Yep. When you're white down here, that's what you get. I spend enough time in the car as it is. I need to go to the bank. Have a great day, everyone. Have a great day, Rosie Red. I always tell my boss that. Go to the bank. Not the drive-through. They beep you in the drive-through. No kidding. Crackhead. Yep, that's what they are here. Yep, I rarely do it since going carnivore 19 months ago. That's it. It wasn't that long ago that some of the northern states had, let's see, restrictive rules in place so that people, yeah, well, that was because of the virus thing, but that didn't last for long. Hemorrhoids cured in 7 weeks. Wow. And lost 23 pounds permanently. I've never had hemorrhoids, but it doesn't sound good. Good morning, Rick and anyone. Good morning, retired Rick. Glad to have you here. Has Miami International Airport always been a disaster? Pretty much. When I was a little kid, it used to be like a U shape. The parking lots are outside. I remember we went to visit our family up in Dayton, Ohio. It was pretty nice. The airport looked better. It wasn't as crazy, but it's always been kind of a mess, like everything else down here. As soon as they make something good, it's already obsolete. The only reason it was good in the 70s because the economy here had slowed down, but once the people came back, it got worse. I love that rant. It deserves its own segment. All right, Jonathan, that's true. Me too. July 1st is my carniversary. Graduation. Lifelong depression, anxiety gone like magic. Amazing. Carnivore Dan. See, there's people out there that are getting benefit from this diet, not just having a heart attack. Okay, Lizzie, good morning. Good morning. Carnivore Dan. Now my PA is pestering me about my 500 LDL. Okay. Refer me to a cardiologist to check my heart because I don't. Well, again, I was told that my cholesterol was extremely high for a 28-year-old back in 1996 and that I would have heart disease by my 50s. Well, I'll be 57 this summer and I still feel good. So I don't know. Maybe it's going to happen. Maybe not. Hard to say. But I'm not going to worry about it. It's just one of those things. Excuse me. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay. Well, this is interesting. I'm going to look at some of my favorite channels over here. See if, my friend over there, Chris and Stacy, they usually have a live at 11, but I don't see anything listed. Last week it wasn't listed, but they had it anyway. If you haven't seen the Financial Prepper channel, you might want to check them out from time to time. Because the thing is, this channel is not only about carnivore diet. This is about everything. And a lot of times people just, they don't get the idea, I see there's some videos here. Governor was talking about eliminating property tax. Well, that's a good thing. I hope they do that. Let me see here. Where in the world is that? It's hard to find these channels. Okay. YouTube has a weird way of organizing channels. There it is. Let me see. Yeah, there's no live. I'll just watch them. I think a lot of times people just put their life sort of impromptu. But what I do with mine, generally, I get the live stream the day before. So that way people know when it is. Okay, we got more people coming in. 44. That's good. Let's see. Hmm. Okay. Good day, Rick. Well, good day, Stephanie. Good day. On Carnivore, my blood pressure is so good and heart rate. Yeah, just like mine has been. I like that name. Yes. How to cope with the dense insect population. Quack, quack, quack. Quack it up. That's how I got rid of my insect problem. My blood pressure and glucose is good. No wonder you're on the carnivore diet. Probably my skin. My pointing fingers are cracking. Hit the lard, hit the tallow. Blood pressure was 145 over 100. Now 115 over 80. Heart rate 65. Yes, even the heart rate went down. That's pretty good, Carnivore Dan. Rick, when do I start to learn Linux? Maybe I should make videos on Linux. I use Linux, although this particular computer is running Windows 11, because that's what it came with when it was given to me. I normally use Linux. And it's really not that difficult nowadays. It's just certain things you may have to use the command, the terminal. But, for most people, if you don't do a lot, if you just go online, watch YouTube, maybe do a little word processing and stuff, you can download one of the easy to use distros. You could use the canonical one, which is called Ubuntu. There's also Linux Mint. There's several Linux versions or distributions out there. You just have to try it and see. Find an old computer, install Linux, and experiment with it. I started having a problem with my heart this summer. Carnivore diet healed it. Amazing. My two friends are taking pills. That's not good. I'm not on any pills for anything, and neither am I. Carnivore Dan, exactly, although my heart rate is over 70. Lately, I was drinking milk, and I think that was a bad idea. It's sugar, but I like it. I haven't drank milk since I was 20, so I guess that depends on the person. And Lizzie says, cool. That's pretty good. Yeah, what is this? Oh, that's interesting. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Ah, all right. Well, I was talking about my truck, and I did find one of the emblems. That's one of the ones that fell off. It has little plastic things that goes in it. I keep everything. I don't like to throw stuff away. I don't throw something away until it's completely useless. Like if I get, like, for example, a printer, my printer drove me crazy. So what I did, I basically just I threw it on the ground. It broke in pieces, and I threw it away. I recycled the circuit boards. I threw the plastic in the garbage. Some items that really frustrate me, I let Bob handle them. I put them out in the driveway, and I drive Bob over it a couple times, and that's it. No problem. Okay, let's see. What else we got here? Okay. Lately, I was drinking milk. All right. Milk is known to stall weight loss, might kick you out of ketosis. That is true. At least Rick never carved his name into the paneling when he was a kid. That is true. It's just falling apart on its own. I'm leaving it here because, again, when I move out of here, I'm tearing all this out down to the bare walls, and there's no sense to make any changes. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Susan. And Lizzie says, did your friend come with your engine? Yes. He came last night after 9 o'clock. I took my Bobcat, picked it off his truck, put it over there. I'm going to make some videos on it. I got to go out there and look and see if I can find a flywheel to put on it so that I can put a starter on it and see what the compression is. So that's what I want to do. That's why I'll probably cut the live stream off a little bit earlier, because there's no reason to be here all day when I could be doing something outside. Awesome, Rick. Yes. Hey, how is that? Animals eat only one or two types of food. And they got so much products in supermarkets, and they make up news products and so on. That's it. I mean, think about a cat. Cat can just eat whatever meat it can find, and it does just fine. But you can't see him. Maybe you can see the tail. That's where my cat is sleeping over here. By the way, notice how well behaved he's been. He's starting to be a good companion. I'm going to be like a lot of the more popular YouTubers that have their cat next to them, which is good. My farmer friend says her ducks are constantly having a party. Are your ducks also uninhabited? You must be talking about duck mating. Yes, duck mating is very common. Every time you turn around, you see the ducks mating. That's just the nature of birds. All birds are like that, including chickens, if you have a rooster, but definitely the ducks, and they are quite funny. Carnivore Dan, you should be able to count what you eat on one hand. I know I can, no problem. I have yogurt, cheese, beef, chicken, and then miscellaneous seafood. Now, of course, if you get rid of the dairy, you can have duck and iguana. It takes two hands. I have a more varied carnivore diet than a lot of people, but I do like that. I also stopped drinking milk today. That's good. My theory is this: if you want to consume milk, rather than drinking milk, which is full of sugar, why not learn how to make yogurt like I do? I know a lot of older people that lived a long time eating yogurt. So you can turn the milk into yogurt and you can eat it with your meal. That's the way to go. All right. Eggs. Yes, eggs is another thing. It's going to take two hands to count my carnivore diet, although eggs are becoming less and less of a thing thanks to the government. Now, a lot of this egg problem is caused by the system. Bird flu has been around forever. And if you go around the neighborhood here, you'll see there are wild chickens running around along whatever empty lot there is, parking lots, canal, whatever. And they're not dying. I've seen a few chickens die, but not a lot. When you pack birds into a large building, you try to concentrate them, disease spreads like wildfire. They really only have a couple of options. One is to have regeneratively raised chicken, which isn't going to happen because it doesn't make them any money. So they're probably going to end up vaccinating the chicken, and who knows what effect that will have. And that's something we're going to have to look into. Does vaccinating the meat make it more toxic? Would it carry to us? Probably not, but we don't know. I'm hoping in the near future I will have moved. I'll have my own hen house. Now, I'm going to build a hen house with a roof so that outdoor birds won't be able to drop bird poop into the chickens' feed, and hopefully that will isolate them from the bird flu. But when it comes to feral chicken, I'll probably have some of them too if there's not too many predators, and I'm not going to fence them in. I'll let them roam around the yard. They seem to do just fine here. So, or what if there's a lot of predators, I may just use the feral chickens as sort of a breeding stock and mix them with the domestic chickens. Try to make something that's a little more robust. And that way, if bird flu does enter, they're less likely to die. I think in my case, what I've always believed is that when you have sick birds, you need to have a quarantine area so that birds that are sick can be placed in there and observed and see if they recover or not. But when you have an industrial farm, you don't have the resources to do that. So the easiest thing is just to kill them all, which doesn't make sense because I don't even think they can use the meat. They wouldn't sell chicken that had bird flu in it, even if it didn't have bird flu in it. It's too much money to test every one of them, so they probably all get thrown away. That system needs to be improved somehow. I don't know what they're going to do to fix it, but something has to change because what we have right now is just not, it's not acceptable. The food system is way too fragile. It's very easy for them to just sort of fall apart. You know what I mean? It's easily destroyed. So, anyway, let's see what the comments are doing now. We have 38 people. The number is going down. It goes up and down. Now, let me check and see if our other popular streamer is still online. Yeah, see, he's still talking. Wonder how many he has.
Cosmetic surgery going wrong.
Okay, talking about that. He has about 124, and you can see that's still going. Well, what'll happen is once his stream is over, a lot of people may come over to mine, but it may be over by then. So anyway, yeah, the thing is, we have to figure out what works for us, and this is where I differ from a lot of people because everybody's out there looking for an example. They want to see something that they can do that's going to help them, and they'll just follow that. And then if something goes wrong, they have somebody they can ask or whatever. But you see, unlike some of the more popular carnivore channels, I don't like the term proper human diet. I hear this a lot. And, even Mitch over there was complaining about this whole healing humanity concept because you're not going to heal humanity. I mean, you can barely even heal yourself. So that's one of the things that a lot of people are trying to go in line with. This is why drugs are so popular. Somebody has a problem, ache or pain, or can't lose weight. Just hit a drug, and that's it. The problem is solved. At least that's the idea. Now, in the real world, it doesn't work that way. We have enough genetic diversity that what may work for one person doesn't work for another. And one of the things that I have to admit is that I've always been skeptical of other people. And again, I consider it to be sort of like I don't trust anyone until proven correct. It's like with my friend in the engine. You see, I was not sure when he was going to bring the engine, but he did. It was only a matter of time. And that's why I kept telling you, I'm going to get an engine for my truck. I don't know when, but I got it. And I don't know the condition. He told me what the condition is. I tend to believe it. But if something's been sitting, you never know. But again, I have something to work with. And people like that, I have a lot of respect for. So when someone asks me, my friend wants to do some work, do you recommend him? I said, yes, I recommend him because he has a proven track record of doing things as best as he can. Now, does that mean that he does the job perfectly every time? Of course not. None of us do. Things can happen. But when things don't go well, it's the person that takes the extra effort to go out there and try to solve the problem. And I know that because a lot of times when my friends run into an issue they can't handle, they call me. I'm sort of like the problem solver, which is a good thing. So, again, this is how I live my life, and I encourage other people to do it the same way. There's no reason to be really critical of anybody else. If you don't like their style, don't associate with them. If you don't like the product they're selling, don't buy it. It's very simple. Now, when you're dealing with the government, you have no choice but to give them your money. They take it from you. You have to pay them a property tax or you're going to be on the street. Now, what I do, I try to reduce it by keeping the place a little run down. The more run down it is, the less it's worth. So that's what I do. And when it comes to the carnivore space, beware of the people that tell you you're not doing it right, you're not strict enough, because that's not always the situation. I know a couple of people that have already tried the carnivore diet and have had to make adjustments. Eating nothing but meat did not work for them. Either their genetics or background demanded that they add other things. Now, what can you add to the carnivore diet if it's not working for you? Well, don't be like Paul Saladino and add honey and lots of fruit because that's just going to make it worse. You have to think about, are you addicted to something? If you're addicted to anything, don't eat it if it's making you sick. So if you're addicted to sweets, stay away from the fruit because it's going to send you right back into the duck pond. You're going to slip on the duck poop, fall into the duck food, and be in the duck pond. You don't want to do that. You might want to add non-starchy vegetables, maybe some broccoli or cauliflower or something like that. And if you have to add some of the other things, the keto things that you can make yourself, that's fine. But my recommendation is this: don't buy pre-packaged anything. If it comes in a package and has an ingredients list, don't buy it, unless you have no choice. But unless you're living under a bridge, you probably have a kitchen and you could simply go to the store, buy meat. If you want to buy fruits or vegetables, buy them. Although in my case, I will never ever buy a fruit or vegetable in any store because I'm 100% against that. If you see me ever eating a fruit or vegetable, It was something I picked from my own yard, or I got it from a wild area. And it's been a while since I had any fruits or vegetables. I haven't had a single piece of fruit or vegetable this year. The last time I had one, I think, was last summer because that's usually when they come out. Now, I got bananas out there that are ripening and they're being eaten by birds, and I've been giving them to the ducks. I have no desire to eat them, and that is one thing. I just don't see the purpose of it. And my friends haven't come by. My one vegan friend, we got a little thing going on here because, you know, her mom is basically circling the drain. I don't think she's going to last much longer. So, and I'm getting the heat for it because when vegans get emotional, one of the easiest targets is a carnivore. But again, I'm not going to share details because I don't want to people that I know to be exposed, to the whole internet. Okay, I like to call it the correct human diet. Okay, I like to call it the wolf diet. So watch out. It's a W-2 wage slavery. Yeah, W-2 wage slavery to the owners in the system. It is because the W-2, they tax employee compensation more than anything else. So it goes to show the idea is to exploit the worker and to allow the parasitic elite to do whatever they want without any real. I mean, there's some taxes, but not a lot. Okay, I think we're talking about Mitch, old guy carnivore. Yes, we are. Have a great day, everyone, Jeff says. Quack you later. I'll quack you later for sure. I had a small amount of very bad gas a few days ago and then wondered what was that caused that. And then okay. One small avocado. Well, there you go. I can't eat avocados. I do grow them and I like giving them away, but I hate the taste of avocados. So an avocado gave you a bunch of gas. That's good to know. Okay. Well, Mr. Rick is still going. Yes, Mr. Rick is still going. Did the other stream end? Let's see. I got 42 people. All right. That's what I thought. Well, I jumped in here a while ago and he was talking about some interesting things. He was showing his pictures. I'll check him later. Okay. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Old Guy Carnivore has ended his stream. So that means now we're into the part where more people come here, which is good. Let's see. I don't see any other streams coming up. So, and my cat seems to be waking up a little bit. Yes, he is. That would be nice. It says, I got Papa Carnivore. Yeah. Mitch is probably here now watching. I hope he is here. I don't think he has the time to watch a little YouTuber like me. But if he does, you are welcome here. And again, you are welcome to promote your YouTube channel on mine at any time. I'm not worried about that. But yeah, I would like to see more people. The big YouTubers are not going to waste their time on my stream. If you have more than 100,000, I don't see any of the other. I mean, you don't see you might. Carrie from Homestead How, I've never seen him here. You don't see the carnivore doctors here. Of course not. There's nothing to learn from a quack. Unless they're into old cars and maybe gardening, you can learn stuff here. There are gardening channels that have a lot of people, but hey, that's fine. All right, let's see. So we have 42. Not a whole lot more, a little bit. And let's see. Okay. I don't think so, Terry. Yeah. Okay, I feel bad for Peter. It wasn't your fault. Is there another controversy going there? Does that mean that I'm not going to be able to see the old guy carnivore replay? That always seems to be the thing. I don't know. Because I always want to watch it. I got it up on this. I should have recorded it. Let me see. Okay, well, it's still there. He hasn't taken it down yet. So maybe it wasn't that bad. I know that's what he does a lot when something goes wrong in the video. Let me stop that. Okay. All right. Let's see. Peter is like the Titanic. Mitch is iceberg. Oh, boy. Peter got the brunt of Mitch a lot. It's so weird. But you know what it is? I think that Mitch likes to go after the people he likes. I know that's that old guy thing. Most of the old people are like that. The more they like you, the more they, rag on you. That's part of being older. That's the way that we do it. Okay, so let's see. Laurie's Carnivore Story says, I have learned a ton from this old quack. Yes, I am the old quack. What did you do to Peter again? Would you put a quadrajet on your charger? No, I wouldn't. I would put a thermoquad because that would fit. I don't think they make a manifold. You could put an adapter plate on there, but you know. Besides, I prefer the Carter AVS myself. Are you working on the truck today, Rick? Yes, I hope so, but I'm going to have to end this live stream in order to do it until I find a way to use a mobile device to live stream, in which case I might do that as well. Let's see. Don't think it was that serious. He has to address liability. I understand. Mitch takes his videos down when he raises hell. Yes, he does. But it's still up as far as I can see. I put it on another window over here. It was on replay. So it must not have been too bad. What I'm going to have to start doing is setting up another computer because I do like to watch Mitch live stream, but I can't watch it while I'm doing mine. So what I'll probably do is set it up and just record through the HDMI port to a DVR, and that way I can record a video. Speaking of videos, we haven't gotten any more people here, maybe a couple. I don't even see if Peter's here. I guess he didn't show up. So anyway, let me show you a little treasure that I find. Let's see. We've got a few more comments. You definitely need to set up your mechanic cam. Yes. Are you a racing fan? I don't do NASCAR. I used to like drag racing, but they closed the strip to build more houses. So yeah, I'll check it for sure. Mitch is cool. Let me show you something I got. I managed to trip on Milton. He's good at that. Anyway, here it is. You might say, what is this? This is my YouTube history. Now, look at that. These are mini DV tapes. If I can get this thing open. So what are these? These are the old, digital videotapes that I was using when I first started on YouTube. Now, when I started on YouTube, I had my business. Now the business was winding down, and I had enough money to get cameras and some equipment, some of the stuff that I'm using now. There was no streaming back then. So what I did, I set up my own call-in line. And the idea was now YouTube at that time only had 12-minute for most videos, but later on they extended it to half an hour, and it was a while before they had them really long. So what I would do, I would try to make short videos about different subjects. And then once in a while, I would make a video while somebody called in, and then I would record it and upload it. Well, this box of tapes, as you can see here, and there's a lot of them. There's also these little mini discs that I used in another camera, which these are the new ones, but I have some old ones that I had videos on. And I had to use a FireWire cable, which I also found when I was going through my stuff. So in order to do that, you would record the videos on these DV tapes on the camera. Then you had to upload it to the computer. Then using Pitivi or Windows Movie Maker or whatever you were doing, you would then edit the video, you'd cut it, and you paste it together. So I made several videos. I made a video series about my wood-powered truck. I made a video series about running your truck on vegetable oil. I made videos about different scams, all these water to gas scams and financial scams and all this stuff. So there's a lot of videos on here. Now the problem is this box was actually, we have like a little crawl space attic. Now my mother, I was living in a different place and I had a lot of this stuff put away. So she was going to throw all this out. Now she used a lot of these containers and, it's just, I don't know what to say. But so anyway, I had all these videos on YouTube. When my channel was taken down, all my videos were deleted except for a couple of them. And I lost my other channel totally. So I had nothing on the computer. I mean, I had a few files on the hard drive, but these old hard drives used to fail. Now I have a lot of old hard drives still. I also had stuff on DVD. But the thing is, this is where it all came from. Now, these videos were made between 2007 and 2010. So you can get an idea of what I look like and what I was like back then. I was, late 30s, early 40s when I was making these videos. And I actually did make one food related video. I didn't know there was such a thing as a carnivore diet. In fact, I didn't learn that until a few years ago. But I had a video I made because a friend of mine, we went to eat somewhere and I remember he had given me some pizza to try. We made a bet. I ate 3 slices of pizza and I had the most violent diarrhea you could ever imagine. And it happened at his house. And it was like terrible because I had to use his bathroom and the smell was so bad that it was like bad. So it was just to prove that I can't eat that stuff. That's why I call it duck food. He never again offered me any pizza. Every time we had to get together, he always had steaks, which worked. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to make a video about the things that I eat. So I made an engine cooking video in my charger, in my 69 charger, which is the one that's sitting outside that's rusted out. And I had to go up to what do you call it? What am I saying? A Jupiter, not Jupiter. Yeah, Jupiter. That's what the town's called. It's north of Palm Beach. And then I made a little video. So on these tapes is a treasure trove of old videos, assuming they're still good. Now, I don't see any water damage in these tapes because even these CDs, this was up in the attic. It had a lid on it. It was covered with dust and I think rat urine because there was some kind of disgusting smell. I took the lid off. I've been soaking it ever since. It was really terrible. So, but it seems like being in this plastic container, somehow it luckily didn't crack, even though it was up there in the crawl space. But it's been in this hot, 80 something degree, high humidity environment. So it's probably all these are bad. I don't know. Trouble is, the camera that used to play that, it went bad. I tried to fix it years ago. It was not repairable. So I had all the parts in a box. I may have thrown it out. I'm going to have to look around and see if I can find a mini DV camera. I've been hitting the yard sales. Now, again, I can't go to the yard sales because I have a live stream. So I may have to take off a Saturday when they have the yard sale at the church down the street. Or also they have the Flamingo Net Ham Radio Flea Market at UM. That's also on Saturday morning. So I may have to take a day off there. I'm going to try to locate one of those cameras, and then I'll be able to try and play some of these videos. Now, again, I also had this optical disc thing, and I do have that camera somewhere. I saw it, but as you can see, this one over here, see, this is one that's been used. I know this is old technology, but back then, when I had money to spend, I was always trying to get, the latest thing for video. And I'm really kind of happy that I did, because if it turns out that these are salvageable, it is possible that my whole YouTube collection, when I started YouTube, may actually still be good. And it's like a friend of mine was saying, don't be surprised if your old YouTube videos go viral, because I don't have a lot of subscribers. I have 3,000 something subscribers, but I think I'm well known. And I think that once the algorithm picks up, I got some videos like that diet video, if I could find that from 2008 when I was showing what I eat in a day, and that was my first iguana cooking video, that would be kind of neat because it'll show that at least from what you can see on the video, for 17, 16, 15 years, I've been consistently on this carnivore diet. So it's not like I just made it up a month ago. I've been doing this for a long time. And you can see the old truck that I had. I have some of these about my wood powered truck. And I actually made a road trip where I went all the way up to Covington, Georgia to visit my friend that had the farm. And, you know, it showed me cutting up wood. I had a tripod, which I still have. I'd set up next to the truck while I was preparing it. I had it edited. The problem is that the edited video took a long time to do. But these are all raw videos. So if I can recover these videos, that would be fantastic because that means that finally I can bring back my YouTube heritage. I hope they're still good. But thank goodness I had the foresight to save this because I had digitized the videos when I got the new digital camera, and I was debating whether or not to just throw this in the garbage. I thought, why am I going to keep this crap? It just takes up space. And I had it on my countertop. And my mother had these plastic containers that she was using. I don't know what she was putting in them. She was getting rid of them because some of them had cracked. So I went ahead and I put all the tapes in there. I was going to put it away. And then, my mom was getting rid of stuff. So I thought, let me just put it away. And I stuck it up in the attic. And when I was looking for stuff last week, I found it. Amazing. So we'll see. Hopefully, I'll be able to show you some of these videos, and it's going to be really interesting. Let's see. We're down to 38 people. It's not popular like it was last week. So I guess everybody got their fill on the other channel. Let's see. Having to go number 2 in an awkward place. Find air freshener or something with a scent to it. Spray or put directly in the toilet water. Trap most of the gas. They used to advertise something like that called poop pourri or something like that. But I normally don't have to go poop at somebody else's house because I only do it once a day and it's always at my own house. But if you give me duck food, I'm going to be like a duck. And that's not good. I've been on chairs for three hours. Gotta go. Okay, Terry Sue, good. I gotta go too. I gotta get stuff done. My pillow isn't working for my stuff. Now, if you notice when I sit down, you can see the way that I sit. I don't really sit on the butt that much. I mean, I'm sitting on my rear, but I'm sitting on the old bed, which is kind of wobbly, and I can stay here for quite a while. I don't have a chair. I'm up against the wall, so that's nothing. But I sit this way a lot, and I don't have a problem with it. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, I was telling my son about floppy disks. I get really pissed when kids would touch his. Yeah, I got floppy disks here too. I also don't apologize, but I don't hurt people in general. That's good. Keep stuff especially made for toilet water. Yeah, he sells poops a daisy. Boy, dollar store, I guess. Poops a daisy. There you go. When I was in jail, I finally figured a towel over my head, so I feel like I was alone. Actually accomplished the number 2 effort. Well, when I eat duck food, I don't have to accomplish it. It's coming out one way or the other. If I eat normal food, I can hold it. But duck food, ain't no holding that. You're going to be quacking in no time. I got arrested twice. 19. Well, that's it. Well, at least you're in law enforcement now. Why did YouTube take down your original stuff? I got into a bit of an argument with some of these channels. I had 2 YouTube channels. I had the Charger Mopar channel, which was for the car stuff. And I had one that was dedicated to exposing scams. And I don't even remember what I called it at this point, but I think it was, I can't remember what I named it. But see, back then in 2007, 2008, gas was going up, inflation was high, and a lot of people were selling these ridiculous things about water for gas and whatever. And I think what happened was this is when YouTube started with advertising to some extent. They must have complained about it. I used pieces of their advertisement, which they deleted. Then I got into sort of a comment war. And back then, they didn't have the AI comment change like they do now. It was all kind of raw. And then there was death threats and other stuff like that. And, it just downgraded pretty quickly. And I tried to get rid of those nasty comments, but I couldn't keep up. I got bombarded. I lost the channel, the scam channel, and the Charger Mopar was taken down. But eventually it was brought back up. But when it was brought back up, all the videos were gone except for, I think, 2 very short videos that I put in there. That's before they had shorts. So all my long form videos were lost. And I didn't put anything on YouTube because my rule is to only go where you're wanted, not tolerated. So after 2010, I didn't make a single YouTube video until after my mom died in 2021. And that was it. And of course, I got picked up by the Carnivore community, and I've been running with it ever since. All right. If I sit on the couch, let's see, we got 42 people. Rick, because the weather is better. I think when it's spring, it'll be hard for people to, headphones on. That's true. I will sit on the couch and watch YouTube. I have no problem with frequently getting up to skip the commercials. Don't want to sit too long anyway. Yeah. I don't know if they put commercials on mine. I don't have it enabled, but who knows what YouTube does. I get paid nothing. My kids started on Atari. Yep. Number 64. I remember all that. I wouldn't do well in jail nowadays. I have too much disdain for criminals. Hey, the worst place in jail would be the State House or Congress. That's where all the real criminals are. I remember the typing game. Sometimes go number 2 for 2 or 3 days. Huh. I go every day, but it's not a lot. Me too. I love the Commodore 64. I got mine here somewhere stored, probably stuffed in the attic with all the other useless junk. My kids don't do much of the video game thing. I never did video games either, although I have a few portable ones. More listening, less sitting and watching. That's the beauty of this. You can listen to me. There's nothing really going on here, so you can feel free to listen. That's good. I don't want to do anything, but alas, I simply must. Bye all. Well, bye, Lori. Hopefully I'll be out there doing stuff too. Remember when YouTube videos were limited to 10 minutes? Yes, that's what I was saying. They were limited to 10 minutes when I first started. So I had to cram everything into 10 minutes. There's some interesting videos there. It was like a video series, one video after the other. I think I got up to like 200 and something videos. No, 100 and something. I think it was like 180, I believe it was. And then the channel was wiped out. But what can you do? Okay, I got headphones on so I can move without the cabling and come type. Yeah, I do that too. I actually use a portable radio. I have a radio link when I listen to other people's live streams. Okay. Lamb chops to try. Husband will be guinea pig. The other, me either, unless the nutrition guidelines change. Prisons get fed 95% carbs and sugar. The other 5% is seed oils. Yes. Okay. Rick, do you scuba dive? No, I do not. I never got into that. Remember when YouTube has no ad interruptions? Yes, you don't need premium. I remember that quite well. There were short videos, but there were no ads. Okay. So we still have 42 people. I guess that not that many came back from the Mitch's live stream, but that's okay. Anyway, I think the most we had today was around 50. We're still at 42, which is good. So does anybody have any more questions or statements they want to make? Let me see. I will be able to end this and go out there. I don't have to rely on Milton to end it for me because he seems to have left the room. I think he's content doing his thing. He's out there hunting around the house. Less is more. That is correct. You looked at it wrong. There are 142 here. Joke. Okay, that's possible. But I don't expect to ever be the popular one because I'm not trying to sell you anything. I don't have a steak and butter gang. I don't have a tribe. I don't have any of this stuff. And you'll notice that none of these people that have their groups are inviting me on there because I'm sort of the antidote to their, to their system. We have a question here, bumper to bumper. Do you like the 71, 74 Chargers? Yes, I do. Not as much as a 68 to 70, but they're a little bit, hood's a little bit longer. They got a little bit more of a 70s thing. They got the rubber bumper things on there, but yeah, they're pretty good. They do rust a lot, but anything is better than a new car. 71 to 74 Chargers. The 71s have good power. 74s had crap engines, but that can all be changed. You can stick an older engine in there, no problem. And we see here, Kitchen Wit says, all the elites are here. Yes, we are the 1%. We are the elite in the carnivore community because we're not followers. We're leaders. And that's the thing. Anyone can be a follower, but it takes a special someone to be a leader. You don't see a lot of dumb questions here. You don't see the confirmation bias. You see people here asking thoughtful questions. And most of the questions they ask are because they're curious about me. Ed, our little friend has returned. No, you don't have to turn off the live stream today. Look at that tail. It's always there. Meow, yes. I know it's late. Here he goes. Are you going to shut me off again? You going to send me offline? You silly pest. Don't mess with this. This is vintage. We got to keep this away from the kitty. There we are. Cats can be very insistent. All right. Let's see. Is it true you can add a capful of alcohol to gasoline to evaporate the water? The alcohol does not evaporate the water. It bonds with the water. What you can do is take some alcohol. It can be ethanol, methanol, or even isopropyl, whatever it is. Dump it into the gasoline and shake it up. Mix it up real good. Any water that's sort of in the gas will separate out. Now, gasoline and water don't mix, but you can often get humidity in there. But yeah, you can do that. The problem is the alcohol actually, in some cases, can make the gasoline hold more water because gasoline is definitely, more repellent than alcohol is. All right. Okay. At 6'6", you could easily start a tribe and be the chief. That's true. Do you have a carnivore stock pick for 2025? I don't. And I have to admit, I've been out of the market for a very long time. I haven't been in the market for over a decade because I feel it's manipulated. If I ever do get to live in an area that has more agriculture, I may get more inside information, but Okay. QQQ, does Milton fight his own tail? No, he doesn't, believe it or not. He never was a tail chaser. Kind of interesting. Okay, okay. See my question. Well, I thought I answered your question. 180 octane, you can run your vehicle on it. Well, the thing is, octane rating is actually the measure of how resistant a fuel is to burning. If that was the case, diesel would have a lot of octane, but there's also a limit because in order to run electrical ignition, you have to have enough a volatile compound to mix with air. And one of the things about gasoline, where it gets the name gasoline, is because it does evaporate and mix with air. And my cat is over there drinking water out of my cup. He's got plenty of water in the kitchen. He has to drink out of my cup. So anyway, basically, you're talking about a way of measuring the ability of a fuel to burn. The compression of the engine, which is determined by how much air mass is squeezed into a certain amount of space. So the way a piston works, it has an open volume, and then when the piston is drawn down, air and fuel is mixed in a gasoline engine. A diesel engine, only air is drawn in. The piston is moved up by the crankshaft, And this compression causes the air molecules to get closer and closer together, which makes them heat up rapidly. And then in a gasoline engine, the air and fuel is already mixed. If the compression is too high, that mixture will ignite, but it will ignite before the piston reaches its top dead center of the travel. And when that happens, while it's going up, it's then hit back down. That creates a knock. And that's why they had to put things like tetraethyl lead to slow down the burning process. Well, alcohol does the same thing. So instead of using leaded gas, they put alcohol or other related compounds in the fuel, and that raises the octane. Octane is a theoretical molecule that they use as a standard. No, don't tip that over. Stop it. Crazy cat. So anyway, in a diesel engine, that is not the case. The diesel fuel is pushed under high pressure as the piston is going up. Just before it reaches top dead center, the fuel is injected into the hot air. It combusts rapidly, creating expansion, pushes the piston down. So a lot of it is going to depend on the design of the engine. And again, alcohol helps prevent the knock by slowing down the burn process. Alcohol has a lot of, it doesn't have as much energy as gasoline per volume, but it does have the ability to burn very, very cleanly. And the thing is, the higher the compression of the engine, the more air is pushed into the air fuel mixture, which increases efficiency. So a high compression engine is actually more efficient than a low compression engine. The problem is you have to prepare the fuel accordingly. Regular gasoline will not work in a high compression engine because it will ignite too quickly, and that will cause engine damage and knock. Okay, so it looks like Peter, Papa Carnivore, has returned. Rick, the Carnivore Quack, appreciates Papa Carnivore. Yes, I do. I appreciate all my subscribers because we are the elite. We are the leaders. We are not the followers. Does your charger have points, or did you convert it to electronic ignition? I still have the points. I am not going to convert to electronic ignition, and unless they stop making the points, in which case I'll have to rebuild mine using silver solder, and I've done that before. There are other channels who do not appreciate Papa Carnivore. Yes, we know that. We know who they are. It was funny to watch him fight his own tail. Yeah, the cats are funny, aren't they? And eventually yell his name, and he would tear out running. So fuel injection will work better. Yes, that is the reason why fuel injection replaced carburation. In the past, it was too expensive because of the components involved. But once electronic and piezoelectric electronic components became standard, injectors became cheaper than carburetors, and since the 1980s, they have been the way to deliver fuel. I think I'm going to reevaluate which channels I watch from now on. Well, Peter, you have that right to do so. Last week we talked about our first cars, and I had the RX-7 with the rotary. Yes, my friend George had a bunch of RX-7s. I must check what happened. Well, you better do it before he deletes the live stream or hides it. Do you like 80s Corvette? I'm not a big fan of the 80s Corvettes because they eliminated the chrome bumpers and the style got a little more boxy. But hey, it's still better than the cars they have now. Rick has always been super appreciative of me and my participation. Well, that's because you're a quack like me and you live in Florida. Rick, do you like alcohol? Do you drink it? I made a video on that a year ago. No, I do not like alcohol. And the only time I've drank alcohol was at a social gathering. And most of the time I poured 90% of it out to try and look social. One trick that I would do, somebody would give me, wine or whatever, and it had sweetness to it. And I would go, oh, I don't want that. So I tell them, just give me a scotch or give me whiskey or a vodka. And then what I would do, I get some water and I would dump out some of the alcohol and put a bunch of water in it so it would stay clear. And that's a good thing about, vodka and Everclear and that stuff. You can't tell the difference between that and water unless you shake it up. And remember, I had a permit. I was making alcohol as a fuel, so I'm quite familiar with alcohol. I don't like the taste of it. It has a chemical smell and taste. It doesn't feel good when you swallow it. And it makes your head feel a little weird. It's toxic. It's just something I wouldn't want to drink. I drink plenty of water as it is. Okay, let's see. I'm not a happy Papa Carnivore. Well, I'm going to have to watch this video because I know he will delete it. Did Peter get in trouble again? Yes, for no reason. Uh-oh, Peter. Papa Carnivore is here. Okay. I really think I'm done watching Mitch. I have to sleep on it. Nah, you'll watch him. You're not going to give up on Mitch. I know that. There are plenty of great carnivore channels. Yeah, and you're associated with a very popular one, Peter, with one of the doctors. We know that. I'm just tired of the BS. Okay, sleep on it. I think he does like you. Yeah, exactly. You're just so noticeable. He does like you. I know that. I know the type. Don't abandon Mitch. Don't worry, he won't. What has he done? Rick turned white into water. Yeah, that's about it. Nothing, Anna. Well, evidently, there's some kind of drama going on there. And you have to realize, there's that talk about alpha personality. I think both of them are. They tend to be the alpha personality. I consider myself to be neither alpha nor beta because I don't follow anyone and I don't lead anyone. I guess I would be what you call zero or zeta or sigma or something like that. I'm totally different. I am not threatened by anyone. I've never met a person that I was intimidated by. I mean, obviously, if somebody's pointing a gun on me, I'm going to be intimidated. But there's usually one nearby here to discourage that. But when it comes down to it, I think a lot of times you have to realize that Mitch, the old guy carnivore, he's sort of like he's not the popular one, but he's in the loop. You can see that he was invited. He's been invited to several get-togethers, which that doesn't happen to me. People don't invite me because I'm not really one of them. I'm an outsider. Now, I do believe that the average carnivore, the people who are here in this chat, they would definitely invite me to a carnivore get together because they want to meet up. That's my goal, is to meet people in person. And Mitch actually admits that he doesn't want to meet anybody. He says he'd rather be alone. So when people get too friendly, I think it's offensive to him. So you have to respect that. I respect that myself. You know, when he was inviting us to go in his live streams, I would pop in there, but I didn't interfere. I just didn't want to do that. It's not my style. I have nothing to gain from it, and that's it. So I'm not going to worry about it. Remember, we need to support each other. We're not the enemies. And even if we disagree with each other, you have to realize that there's no advantage to that. Remember, what do the people at the top want? They want the people at the bottom to fight with each other. That's the reason why they dump illegals in here. They bring people from other states. They want people constantly mixing. The last thing they want is a stable community of people who know each other. They know their good and bad points, and they know how to deal with each other, because then it's hard to start a war. It's hard to start a fight. But if you can get people to compete with each other, that's when you got them by the nuts. Because if you can get the guys to fight with each other and be jealous and be upset, now they got you. Now you're going to go into debt. You're going to do stupid things and whatever else it takes to be part of their little community. And it's not what the lifestyle is all about. You see, you have the carnivore diet, you have the BBE diet, you have all these other things, proper human diet, and then you have Rick's heart attack diet. Rick's heart attack diet is completely different. Even though we eat the same stuff, there's a big difference, because the difference between, let's say, proper human diet and Rick's heart attack diet, with the proper human diet, you're trying to be part of a club, a group, you're following other people, and you're being coached or you're being prodded to do that. You're paying money for it or you're putting your time into it. The Rick's heart attack diet is about rebellion and freedom, because you don't care. You say, you know what? I'm going to eat some of this thing here, and I don't care if it kills me. If you want to eat duck food, go ahead and eat duck food. But the thing is, Rick's heart attack diet doesn't make you sick. I don't know anyone that's tried Rick's heart attack diet that got sick. But eating the standard American duck food diet, you're going to have all kinds of aches and pains. You're going to suffer. You think you're going to be able to be 5 hours doing a live stream when you're on the standard American diet? You're going to be going, yes, right. No. Have you ever looked at a financial flimflammer trying to convince you to buy their cryptocurrency or their real estate course? They always have to use a bunch of extra words because they don't have anything to really say. That's just the way it is. Okay, let's see. All right, it was my darn fault. I owed up to it, though, says CB Carmack. I myself am always in a good mood, and I love to listen to upbeat people like our buddy Rick here. Yeah, I was on a live yesterday with my buddy Bob, the semi-retired Bob, off-grid carnivore. Mitch is a good guy, but I just think it may be time to go. Well, Peter, you'll be back. I know you'll be back on Mitch's stream. You can't let him go that quickly. Rick, how can you have this strong will or don't list for carbs? I envy this, but maybe in the. Well, I don't like it. I just don't like. I see that stuff as cheap. I see it as bird food, chicken feed. When you talk about chicken feed, you talk about cheap crap. And redoing chicken feed into something that looks expensive is the same thing as trying to convince me to give up my house. The same thing as trying to convince me to give up my house to live in a crappy condo on the 11th floor. It's not going to work. It's like when I do work for people that have these expensive condos. I've said many times, there is nothing you could do to this condo that would make it appeal to me. I don't care how much money you pour into it. It won't work because it's lacking the thing that I want. If I can't have meat and eggs and some dairy, what is a substitute? Beyond Meat? No, that's not going to work. I know what I want, and I won't settle for less, even if what I want is what people consider garbage. A 1950s house with wood paneling and ceiling tiles and old telephones and all that stuff that people throw away. That's what I want. You don't want it, give it to me. And that's the beauty of having a community. If you have a community of people that you know everywhere, and this happens here too, when people want to get rid of stuff, instead of taking it to the dump, they'll call me up. Hey, Rick, you want any of this stuff? Sure. And I'll take some of it. And just think, I don't have to buy something. If somebody gives it to me, why do I have to buy it? I don't need a new TV. I get it from the side of the road. My neighbor gave it to me. Oh, I just bought a 4K 80-inch TV. You want my 60-inch 720 TV? I'll take it. I'll put it in the living room. I'll use it. You want this chair? I'll take it. You want my old scale? I'll take it. And I'll use it. And when I don't want it, maybe, a lot of younger people like old stuff. Oh, I want to get something old. Well, I got a bunch of junk here in the room you can look at. And they'll take it. So it's good. So again, having someone, having a network of people, that's the key. And if you're going to fight with each other, that's not good. All right. Rick, you're not intimidated by Jonathan holding a baseball bat, cussing and threatening you. Well, I can tell you one thing. There's no way that my buddy Jonathan is going to cuss at me because he has respect for me just like I have respect for him. I would never do that to him, especially since I know he has challenges to deal with. I'm not going to be critical of what he does. I don't get offended because once I know what somebody is all about, I know what they're capable of. Now, if he did go crazy, I have one advantage. I can outrun anybody. I don't care how fit or strong Jonathan is. If he wants to get me with a baseball bat, he's not catching me. There is no way he can outrun me. But it won't happen. I know people pretty well. And Peter says, Rick is the original carnivore, 41 years. I'm not the original carnivore, but I am the longest carnivore on YouTube here in the US and the tallest. Yes. And they asked Peter, you have a group meeting tonight? No. You're good at CD2, CD, carnivore diet. Where can you still buy vintage ceiling tile? I make my own, but I've collected a lot of it from buildings that we remodeled. But I always keep a stack of it nearby for repairs. Some right here. Oh yeah. Uh-oh. All kinds of junk. What a mess. I also have a lot of things. I got way too much stuff. For example, okay. Uh, wow, there's a lot of stuff in here. All right, let me move this over. Here we go. See, I keep these things in stock all the time. If I have one that gets damaged, I have hundreds of them. I've also been able to make my own version, but I got these things all over the house. These are known as Celotex, Hush Tone, or there's another name for them. I forget. I get these up on the light. My cat is over here. No, he likes to claw these things. That's why I don't use them on the wall. Now you stay there. Put this back. All right. Uh-oh. All out of there. Okay. Where the heck did I put that? It's here someplace. Oh well. I got all kinds of oddball. Got some bandages here. Oh, what else we got? Oh. Oh. There it is. I knew it was here. Yeah. This is the advertisement they had for those ceiling tiles. Now, one of the things they always get wrong when they try to make a mid-century 1950s building, you ever saw that show Mad Men that they had? I never watched it, but I know it was on some cable channel. You had the guy, good looking, what is his name? John Hamm or something like that. And they had the show Mad Men. They had the wrong ceiling, but this is what they had back in the old days. No, keep your paws off of that. Here, see? So that was sort of everything starting in like the late 30s all the way to the 60s. That's what they use in a lot of places until they came up with the cheap crap they have now, which is just the big lay-in panels that are really ugly and don't work very well. Right, little guy? My cat is awesome. But that's one of the reasons why, no matter how loud I speak in this house, there's no echo. I've had a lot of people comment on how good the sound is on my videos. And I think one of the reasons, you know, is just because there's so much of the ceiling tile and other objects in here. There's no echo. I don't care how loud of a noise you make in here. You can clap your hand, whatever. There's no echo in this house. The walls are covered in books. There's some paneling in this part of the room. This part is actually wood, but the main ceiling is tile. So it works really well. Part of it's plaster, but it depends on where you're at. Okay. Well, look at that. Still have 39 people. Okay. I know, Jonathan, you're great friends. Yes, I know that. That's why you made that joke there. Okay. Lions are CD chat. Okay. Typo. I know blonde. Okay, blonde moment. Blonde? What are you, blonde, CB Carmack? Interesting. There's no asbestos in any of these. These are actually made from sugarcane fiber. This was an early example of recycling. There used to be a large sugarcane industry in Louisiana, and they had this leftover fiber they were burning as energy. And the Celotex company figured out ways of using it as a wallboard and also for acoustical ceiling tiles. They were very popular. You look at any picture of a building back in the 50s and even 40s, and you'll see them everywhere. They look a lot better than the crap they have now, and they use no toxic chemicals. It was just sugarcane fiber, and the paint was made from basically lime, water, and boric acid. So very, very safe. One of the few things that I can have that doesn't cause allergies. Although mildew can grow in it, it only does if it gets really wet. These things have held up very well for over the years. The only reason they change them is because they don't make it anymore, and people have really bad taste nowadays. So wherever you see a place, they take it out. Okay. Bandages. Gosh, I knew where there's a dark side in you. As an electrician, last 45 years, have to be aware. I was never the fastest runner, but have track medals for long distance and 400 meter. Yeah, well, that's good. I'm sure Rick is also. Do you use a Raspberry Pi for anything? I had one set up that I was using to control my house, but it got blown up. So I'm just using the manual X10 controller for now. I need to get another one. I just haven't done it. But yeah, I do have one that was being used. No brown hair. Okay, your brown hair, what you can see of it. But I have 4-inch blonde hair growing out of the middle of my back for some reason. Sounds strange. Oh, mom is blonde. Sometimes they get it growing in other places too. It depends on the person. Quack, crack. Oh, look, Dustin is here. Well, what do you know? I'll be joining him for his morning chat as well tomorrow. That's good. Yeah, so we're down to 35 people. I don't know if Dustin is still here, but, and as you can see, my little monster has not knocked me offline. He's been well behaved. And that's kind of a miracle right there. Let's see. Okay, that's good. All right, yeah, okay, there he goes. I'm still here. So I hope your day's been going good. If you haven't seen the news, Dustin, I have gotten the engine for my truck. I haven't started messing with it yet, but that's what I'm going to do today. Dustin, who is Dustin? Well, he has a channel, Keto Simple. You've probably seen him. He's also friends with, what is his name? Chris Cooking Nashville, that makes all the imitation duck food using carnivore ingredients. You might want to check out that channel because I know a lot of people that are in the carnivore space, they still long for the duck food. And there's nothing wrong with eating it if you're not addicted to it, as long as you don't eat the real duck food. Duck food can really mess you up. Excuse me. No, I'm not allergic to you, you silly pet. Huh, probably from being inside all day. Starting to feel a little hot in here because, the sun is out. I haven't run the air conditioner. But, what can you do, right? So, anyway, yeah, what I'm trying to do today is to evaluate the engine that my friend brought me. I also have one of my other friends got some car trouble. I need to go over there and look at it. And there's an air conditioner that another of my customers says is leaking. So I told him after I have my lunch, which hopefully should be soon, I got some more chicken for heart attack chicken. And Peter had given me the information that Bravo's supermarket had chicken on sale. I haven't been there yet, but if I do go driving, then I'll go ahead and do that. But let's see. Yeah, Dustin is there. You must check it also. Check out his channel. He's always like, what is it, 7:30 or 8:30? I forget. I know when I get up. I think it's 7:30 when I get up. You'll see Keto Simple over there. And that's another one of those small YouTube channels where you can interact. It's not like one of these big channels, so that's good. Once you get to be too big of a channel, I think there's really no advantage to going there. I mean, unless you want to see the people chatting with each other, but whatever. Okay. Did you use a PI for light switches? Yes, I did. I was using the old X10 protocol, which you may or may not have seen. I have an X10 devices. They're X10 switches. I'll get one of them here. Man, I found some more of these cassettes. Look at that. This one's a new one. This one, they're all over the place. I gotta find a camera for that. That's going to be really neat. If I can get my old YouTube videos back, I'll be happy. Well, here is the kind of switch that you use. And then I get these things for free because the problem with the X10 interface, they don't work well with LED lights. They're only good for incandescent lights. So you wire this in place of your switch. You set the number. See these two little dials over here? You set the code that operates that device. And then this switch, you can turn the light on and off. You can also lock it out with this little switch there. These things you can find for nothing. I've seen them at a lot of yard sales. I got these at the ham radio flea market. So we got that. It even comes with its own little hardware. And I have them in the house. Now, they're not secure or anything, but I don't care if somebody plays around with the lights. You have to plug into the wiring system to be able to do it anyway. Comes with instructions. And I have a bunch of these. So I just replaced the switches with these. And then at any time, I could use a controller. You've probably seen me in the living room with my controller on some of the videos I've done where I turn the light on and off. And with the Raspberry Pi, all I had to do, there's I have one of those Wi-Fi X10 interfaces, and I just they have like a very simple software SDK, and I routed that, hey buddy, to the Raspberry Pi. What are you doing? Are you eating my pants? No. Oh, he found a hole in it. No, get your mouth out of there. Come on, you silly animal. Uh-oh, he's starting to get wild. Okay, stay calm. But anyway, yeah, I've used that. So what I was able to do is set it up with the Raspberry Pi, set the schedule, lights go on and off. I also have the water heater under the control of that. The air conditioner, I keep it off during the day because a lot of times I'll open the windows, and then when I come home, I'll turn it on. But when it's really hot, I'll leave the windows closed and then, run the air conditioner, which is fine. Okay. Yeah, I know now. What are your carnivore achievements? I guess I'm talking to Dustin, I guess. Chicken sounds good for tonight. It is. Oh my God, you're still going. I just got back from buying groceries and putting them away and cooking breakfast and editing some videos. But I'm glad I caught the tail end. Well, I'm glad you're here, Apex Odyssey. I'll have to check out your videos. And again, hopefully in the near future, when I find one of these cameras, I'll be able to re-edit some of my old videos from 2007 to 2010. I had no idea I had that many cassettes. I think, what is it, like an hour? I forget how much. I think it's like maybe an hour on this. And you have to make so much raw video to make a well-edited video. Because remember, YouTube was like 10 minutes or whatever it was. So I would have to take an hour of video and edit it down to 10 minutes. And that took a lot of time. But thank goodness, it's still here. I mean, I got it written. I had multiple cameras set up. What I would do, I think I had 3 of these camcorders at one time. And one by one, they all kind of broke. But I was able to get multiple shots and then edit it. And there's also a remote control that went with these cameras, which I think I found. You could select different cameras, and that's it. Okay. I remember being on the waiting list for a Raspberry Pi. Yeah, a long time ago. I finally got a month later. Pat envelope my poach, and the dog chewed. Oh no! Why would that dogs? I don't know. Chewed it up. Are you familiar with the Linux-based Pine phone? Yes, I am. It's supposed to be like an open source, secure phone. And I had a friend that experimented with it. I don't use a cell phone, but I always thought it'd be kind of interesting to have one to use as a mobile device. I never got it myself, but I am familiar with it. You can probably send those to Legacy Box and they will, yeah. Oh, of course. They advertise that all the time, but it's too much money and I'm not going to bother with it. I'm going to go with the way I always do. This is like the bottom of my list. I need to spend money on things like fixing my roof, fixing my truck, and all that. I'll hit the yard sale And if it's meant to be, sooner or later, I'll find a camera and then I'll go ahead and do it, because some of this stuff, you have to realize, some of these tapes were actually given to me because I was in security cameras and DVRs at the time. I had customers that they used to make a mini DV recorder, and I thought I had one that was given to me, but it may have been broken. But they were using that also for security. So some of these have security footage on them, but most of them I reuse to make my video. So it's going to take some time to figure out which is which. It's like my home movie collection. One of these days I'm going to redigitize those, because you can see what I looked like when I was a kid before I started the carnivore diet. Okay, that's old school, Rick. Yeah, that's the story of my life. Everything here is old fashioned. It's simple, but it's not. What are you doing? You making funny noises, you silly cat? He makes some weird sounds, let me tell you. Like a rrr. Also, when he runs, sometimes he goes brr. And speaking of old school, yeah, everything here is old. My neighbor came over, needed a pencil sharpener. I have these Boston pencil sharpeners in my house that were like we used to have in school. It's like, wow, I haven't seen one of those in years. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Let's see. I see you don't know what's on them. Could be incriminating iguana evidence. That's another thing. I do have an iguana cooking video. I don't have a hunting video on here, but I do have an iguana cooking video, because that's about the time when I first discovered that iguana was edible. Okay, we're down to 37. Now, it's already noon, so 12:03. We've already been 4 hours, 2 minutes. Last time we went almost 5 hours before my Milton decided to turn it off. I got a lot to do. I've already given 4 hours to YouTube. It's about time for me to go outside. I got to start making my lunch. I should have had it cooking already. I didn't. But, oh, what do we got here? Dustin says, I've been keto since 2016. Started at 420 pounds. Over time, I've become primarily meat-based. I've done stints of carnivore. Currently doing BBB&E. Just trying to be the best me that I can. Now, again, you don't have to be 100% carnivore your whole time. Remember, carnivore is just another form of the ketogenic diet. And I know Dustin, he likes his coffee. He likes his, flavored salt. And, he talks about different flavors and stuff like that. And I laugh at it because I think all that stuff is nasty. But you got to realize that most people have grown up. They're not like me. They didn't grow up a quack. They've grown up with the food scientists making all kinds of different flavors and crunchy things and whatever. So if you were to jump on the carnivore diet, Rick's heart attack diet, you would just be like, well, I don't know. This guy's crazy. But if you can add in some of that stuff and get those feelings back and you don't get addicted to it, go for it. As long as you're on the ketogenic diet, you're going to get the same benefits. It doesn't matter. Okay. Paul says, have a great day, everyone. Thanks, Rick. Thank you for being here. I hope I see you next week. 6 p.m. at my place. Too bad. I made breakfast and everyone is eating. You need to stop so we don't get blood clots. Get out there at that truck. That's what I'm going to do. Don't worry. I move around. I'm not going to get any blood clots. I was outside for 30 minutes to get some sun. Rick is still on, slouching now. Okay. Dustin, that's awesome. I'll check out your channel. Please do. Check out his channel. Check out his live. And Bumper to Bumper says, do you think manufacturing will ever come back to the U.S. as it was in the 40s, 50s, 60s? It will if the government gets out of the way. As long as the government regulations are as high as they are, and the government keeps subsidizing the real estate market, manufacturing will never come back. We have to have a real estate crash, and we have to have the government stop making so many rules, because otherwise no one's going to innovate, and manufacturing will never come back. So we'll see. I'm hopeful. But anyway, as I was saying before, it's been 4 hours. I have the longest live streams, I think, of any channel. And the reason it is because I'm relaxed. I'm not sitting here. My leg is moving. and I move around all the time. I don't sit in a gamer's chair. We don't do gamer's chairs over here in the 1960s. We'll sit on the couch. We'll sit on a regular chair, or like I am in bed. It's sort of a bedside chat. This is the room that I sleep in, so it's simple. Okay, we grew up poor on food stamps, shopping at Aldi, and all that stuff. And Dustin is right. You know, you have to adapt this lifestyle to what works for you. And that's very important. So, before Aldi was bougie like it is now, well, that's true too. When they opened Aldi here, they wouldn't take credit cards. You had to pay cash only. I remember that. And Aldi had that tray that would open up. It wasn't a cash register. It was just built into a cheap cabinet. So they had a computer connected next to it. The lid would pop up. It'd give you change and pop it down. They still have that in some of the aisles, but most of them are automatic checkout now. Okay, so we have survived another 4 hours gone. And again, I don't feel bad that I'm not getting anything done because personally, I think this is important. Being able to, maybe chat with a few people being able to have somebody that is there that you can kind of trust is important. And it's very important to me. Thanks to a good friend of mine, my truck will be back on the road. And that's it. Let's see. Have you ever steamed your food instead of frying? Yes, I have. I have steamed iguana, shrimp, not chicken. Poultry, I only like fried. I don't like baked poultry. I don't like steamed poultry. Even rotisserie chicken's not that great. Seafood, I often steam seafood. I've even steamed hamburgers. If you've never steamed a hamburger, you should try it. And basically what it is, you're putting water onto your griddle as you cook your hamburger, and that steams it. So I do a lot of cooking in a pot, which is also steaming. I actually prefer steamed food over blackened barbecued food. I don't like food that's really heavily grilled and very dark. I prefer it to be more tender and less cooked. You are still here. Just got back from walking the Luna house hippo. Well, my little monster is still here. He hasn't cut me off. He usually cuts me off by now, so I guess I'll have to do that. My girlfriend doesn't think Muscovy would taste good. I want to sneak some in her meal to prove otherwise. Muscovy is good if you fatten it up and you cook it right. My recommendation, don't roast it or it'll be like eating shoe leather. Don't try to grill it. That's a terrible way to do it. And basically, fry it, or if you're going to roast it, make sure that you put it with plenty of marinade. You're going to have to use citrus or other plant material. Let it marinate overnight because it will dry out quickly. Muscovy duck is a dark meat and it's very low fat. The other thing you can do is, I think they call it confit. You put it in a crock pot full of beef tallow and let it cook slowly, and it'll be very tender. So if you're going to harvest a Muscovy duck, either fatten him up like I do by giving him tropical fruit for a few weeks, or make sure you do a good marinade and prepare it right, because otherwise it's going to taste like dirt, metal, and leather mixed together, and it's not a very pleasant experience. All right. My girl, okay. What kind of seafood do you have there? Snapper, grouper is very common. Snapper is like the main thing that you're going to catch around here. And then, of course, you have the other regular seafood. I mean, you can go shrimping. That's always a good thing. Sometimes you can catch crabs, land crabs, or regular crabs. Not very often, but you do. There's a season for that. There's a lobster season if you like lobster, although what we have here is nothing but giant crayfish. They're not really lobster. They don't have any claws. They have a tail. That's about it. So, and then it's like a mini lobster season. It's only for like a few days. Or you can do what some of us have done and just grab lobster whenever and don't say anything about it. They do tend to show up if you live like my friend does next to a canal or next to the ocean. And sometimes there's lobster traps that are in there, abandoned lobster traps. We would either rescue the lobster and turn them loose or just cook them up, May not be lobster season, but no one's going to know the difference once it's been cooked. Okay. It's one way to get her to break up with you. Give her the duck. How long has Aldi been around? The Aldi here has only been around since about 2008. I never saw one before that. So around 2008. They closed the Westchester Fabrics, sat for a while, then they turned into an Aldi. It's grown quite a bit. The reason Aldi became so popular is because of its no nonsense. Although their food isn't that cheap, especially the meat. Now, once in a while, they'll have a meat special, but most of the time, the meat is not that cheap. I can get a better deal at Gordon Foods in many cases, but they've been expensive lately, so I don't know. In fact, I haven't checked Gordon Foods for a couple of weeks. I need to look at them and see what the price is. I do have a good amount of meat, though. Okay, so we're down to 31 people. I don't see any other questions. Oh, video I saw Little Abner. There were lots of Muscovy and parking lot chicken. Yeah, there's a lot of over there. A friend of mine lives in a house nearby there. There's a canal right there by the turnpike. The ducks fly in. People at Little Abner were feeding the ducks, so they'd fly in and they'd fly out. I'm sure the ducks will simply go to the shopping center next door. The parking lot chicken, the same thing. There's always chickens running wild here because a lot of the Latin Americans, they like chickens, but chickens are illegal in all residential areas in this stupid county. So what people do, they just feed the wild chickens. And every time the government's tried to remove the chickens, it's impossible. Chickens are too fast and it just costs too much money. They were spending $50 or $60 per chicken to get them out of there. I told them it'd be a lot cheaper if you just told people it was free food. They'd take care of it for you. I need to make a video from Little Abner. I just haven't had time. I've been too busy. By the time I get there, it'll all be bulldozed and they'll be ready to build apartments. What they do, they haven't got it rezoned yet, so they'll chase everybody out of there. Then they'll have hearings to get it rezoned. Once they pay off the right amount of commissioners, then they'll be able to build a bunch of high rises. They'll lie and say they're going to build some affordable housing, which they won't. They'll have some kind of shopping center. They'll stuff that place so full of crap you won't even recognize it. And that trailer park's been there since that was all cow pasture. That whole neighborhood was cow pastures. Sweetwater was a tiny town, and then outside of it they called it swamp water because that area is low. And again, in Florida, high ground was groves and farms. You'd have the vegetable farms, fruit farms, whatever, and the lowland was always cattle. So that was all cattle over there. Okay, Walmart, good for cheap meat? Not really, but it depends on the Walmart. I know people that get deals there. I've never really seen any deals. I usually hit Gordon Foods or Winn-Dixie. All right, so we're down to 32. We're near that 30 mark. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to cut this off at 4 hours and 15 minutes or whatever it is. And I hope everybody has a good day. I'm going to go out there and try to get my engine going. And I will try to let you know during the day how it is. If I can find that what do you call it? What is that called? It's not a flywheel, but ring gear, starter, whatever it is. I have the starter. I have an extra starter and some bolts to put it in. I'm going to try to see what the compression is. If not, I got to go over to my friend's place, see why the air conditioner is leaking, and then see what's going on with their car. So I'm going to wish everyone a good day, and I hope you enjoyed being here, and I hope I'll see you next week. And again, I may be invited to some of usually the keto cookout. I think I was on there last week, maybe in a couple of weeks. And if somebody else has the courage to invite me on their live stream, I'll be there. And again, you all have a great day, and I'll talk to you soon. Enjoy and keep on quacking.